are doing. Anywhere you have Fulani headsmen, terrorists for that matter, they tell you, oh, they are pastoralists. They are allowed to do their businesses in the forest. All of you are aware of it. But you kept quiet, hoping that somehow Tinubu will emerge as the president, or an Igbo man will come as a president, and your family will start enjoying. But in the meantime, you have no more farmlands, you have no more forests, you have nowhere you can call your own home. The same stupidity exhibited by Hausa peasants that enabled Fulani to take Sokoto from them, that enabled Fulani to take Katsina from them, that enabled Fulani to take even Kanu from them. Every Hausa land is occupied either by a Fulani emir or a Fulani governor. Some of you don't want to reason, you don't ever learn that the main aim of Fulani is to conquer your land and enslave you. Look at Hausa people today. As I wrote yesterday, they are worse than a discarded tissue paper. They are worth nothing. Only their language is what is relevant in their lives. Everything else is lost. All of you are repeating the exact same mistakes that the Hausas made. That is why they are in trouble. And that is why they can never ever come out of it. They are all suffering from what I would an advanced version of the Stockholm Syndrome. Can you imagine that these people came into their land and took it over and they cannot do anything about it? Hausa is gone. It took Fulani very many years before they came out of their shell to say we are Fulanis. Remember before, many years ago, they said we are Hausa Fulani. We are Hausa Fulani. Because that time, their subjugation of the Hausa race hasn't been completed. Now they have completed it. Have they not completed it? And what is happening right now? I ask you what is happening now. Fulani have now come out to tell you we are Fulani people. Is that not what they are saying now? They are not telling you we are Fulani. No more Hausa Fulani. What does that tell you? That the Hausa race no longer exists. Do you want the same thing to happen to you? Do you want the same thing to happen to your families, to your villages? Do you want your towns, let's say Bomosho, to be renamed into a Fulani name? Do you want Onisha to answer a Fulani name? Forget all the nonsense about unity of Nigeria. All they are uniting against is your common interest. Unless you prefer epileptic power supply, unless you prepare to live your whole life without running water, unless you want to live in abject poverty and deprivation, your only alternative is a revolution. Let nobody discourage you. All the countries of the world doing very, very well, they all went through a revolution. You must go through it. If you don't go through it, you can never ever survive as a people. Fulani will take you over. As simple as that. This very day, we are making it known to the whole world that the Muslim extremist dictatorship masquerading as a secular democratic government must be demolished. It must be demolished for you to survive. They have to be demolished. If you do not demolish them, your lives will end very, very miserably. I assure you. I assure you. The zoo is on its knees. Everybody knows that the zoo called Nigeria is on its knees. Who doesn't know that? Everybody knows. Nothing is functioning. You are all aware of it. When they say go and register for NIM or whatever rubbish is called, all of you trooped out without legislation, without any laws. Fulani can control you however they like. Once they announce it, Yoruba newspapers very foolishly and stupidly will support them because they want Tinubu as the president. And you are all dying every blessed day. You are all dying every day. Had you people risen up to say that what is happening in Nigeria is bad, there is no way that Pastor daughter will not be alive today. That is the price you pay for duplicity. That is the price you pay for treachery. That is the price you will continue to pay until you rise up and say enough is enough. It is up to you to do it. You did it during NSAS. You can do it again. Can you imagine Fulani people telling you, if you remove Fulanis from Yoruba forest, imagine Fulani telling you, if you remove them from your ancestral lands, there will be war, and you are panicking. And you have not asked yourself, why are they not saying something about the East? Why did they not say to Eastern Security Network? Why did they not say to me, if you don't stop evacuating Fulani terrorists from the forest, there will be war? Because they know, they understand psychologically that you don't have what it takes to resist them. Do you know why Borno State is still alive? Why you still have the Kanu people in Borno today? Was because they resisted the Fulani centuries ago. You have to go back to history to understand how Nigeria came into existence. Fulani has been expanding from day one, from Senegambia. All the way from Senegambia, they've been expanding, and now they are in Okigwe. All the way from Senegambia. They are now in Okigwe. And you're asking us to somehow fold our hands and keep quiet because of 2023, because one idiot is going to come out to become a president. Because of that rubbish, because of that nonsensical notion, we should fold our hands and wait until we are overrun by the Janjaweed from the Sahel. Is that how reasonable people think? Is that how people that wish to survive as a race, is that how they reason? It is very, very shocking that some of you do not understand what the Fulanis have in store for you. Very, very soon it is going to happen. And when it happens, your eyes will clear. And about whom you will see it very clearly. I was warning you in 2014, 2015, 2016. They said he's a warmonger. He's a warmongering. I went to America and I told World Igbo Congress that this war you are avoiding is going to come to your villages. They said, no, it's not going to happen. What is happening today? When Yoruba was supporting this, the dead idiot called Buhari, did I not warn them that this evil you're supporting will consume you? They never listened. They never wanted to listen. Ipob is a terrorist group. You're trying to divide Nigeria. But Mietiana is not. People that you are calling bandits, have you heard anybody come out to say, please, Buhari, since presidency is there defending terrorists in the forest, why don't you proscribe them? No, you cannot proscribe a Fulani group. Never. And all of you, we are supporting evil. When there is the proscribed IPOB, proscribed indigenous people of Biafra. These are Yoruba journalists writing junk. Every day they keep writing rubbish. But their land is under siege. Their land is under siege. And the Fulani will take it. It don't take time. So I am here today to encourage them that they must stand tall and be very strong, resolute. That is what Fulani does. They control the media. They have well-paid consultants all over the world doing their bidding for them. They have that woman at UN trying to lobby the world that everything is okay in the zoo called Nigeria. But you and I know that the zoo is not okay. You and I know the game plan of the Fulani. And what are you doing about it? Nothing. Every day you read, you lament, you complain. Every day you read, you lament. And that's all you do. That is all you do. You read, you lament, you complain. You do nothing about it. Your lives are being taken away from you. Your forests are being occupied. Your mothers are being raped. Your daughters are being abducted. And the whole national government, presidency, is supporting such people. And you're telling me that Nigeria is viably sustainable. Is that what you're telling me? That somehow this contraption is sustainable, it is viable. It can never be. Because the more you stay in one Nigeria, the more you are inviting the Fulanis to take over your ancestral lands, take over your villages, and to make life a misery for you. That is the end game. That is the outcome. If you doubt me, go and do a bit of research. Ask yourself, who are the Hausa people? Who are the Nupe people? Who are the Bachama people? All of these people were steamrolled by the Fulani march to the Atlantic Ocean. And now they're in Yoruba land. They're in their forests. They are in their forests. And who's going to drive them away from there? If not the Yoruba youths. Forget about your useless governors. Your elders are very strong. I love Yoruba elders. The way they behave, the way they talk. Very, very strong. They said they support Akeredolu. This is the governor of Ondo State. They support him in what he's doing. People must come out to say that enough is enough. When you travel to the north, do you live in the forest in the north? The Igbo people in Sabongeri in Kanu, are they living of course it's Hausa land, are they living in the forest? They came to the town, they work very hard, they build houses, they build mansions, they develop the entire place. Is that not what they do? What are Fulani people doing in our forest? Nobody can answer that question. They say that they're pastoralists. I want some of you who have had your breakfast this morning, please go to your fridge or go to where you keep your beverages and you will see pig milk. Pig. Some of us were raised on pig milk. For how many years now? And you keep asking yourself, what is pig milk? Pig milk is the same milk that the cows produce in Holland can be produced in the zoo. Tell me the country in the world aspiring to be a member of the UN Security Council where you move cattle from place to place. Are you people well at all? You so-called Nigerians, are you normal in the brain? I'm asking you a simple question. Show me a country that aspires to be in the 21st century moving cattle from place to place, telling me they're grazing. Which country is that? Please tell me. All of you don't have any shame. When you have people, an entire presidency coming out to defend a very primitive, archaic agricultural practice, then you know you embrace this mess. You are in one almighty trouble, I'm telling you. You people are in a mess. The Holland that you get your pig milk from, do they move cattle from Rotterdam to Amsterdam? I'm asking you a simple question. But they produce the pig milk that you're drinking every blessed day. Why can't Fulani produce pig milk in Sokoto? Why can't they produce Carnation milk in Kanu? They have the cattle. Before the white man came, did you see any Fulani in your forest? All these people talking rubbish about movement of cattle and movement of... I'm asking you, before Britain came and handed over Nigeria to Fulani, ask your grandfathers, please, or your grandmothers. Ask them. All this nonsense we are hearing today in this so-called one, I want to tell you the dangers of one Nigeria. All this nonsense you're hearing today about one Nigeria, Fulani in our forest, Fulani in our village. Before the white man came, did you see Fulani moving their cattle all over the place? Did we not have meat to eat? They will answer these questions for you. Because sometimes in Africa, we don't reason very well. The way we reason is disjointed. It is disjointed. I can't understand for the life of me why, instead of them to waste all that money arming and equipping this Janjaweed army in Hetiala to come and conquer you and I, why don't they open a milk factory somewhere in the north and bring the milk down south? I'm sure Southerners will buy it. After all, pig milk comes all the way from Holland. Pig milk all the way from Holland. Now you understand it. Because of the way you people reason. Why can't you produce? Is it difficult to produce milk? The same milk that comes out naturally from the udder of the cow. Why can't you can it somewhere, pasteurize it, and send it to people to eat, to drink, or to do whatever with? All over the world, that is what is happening. In fact, they produce so much milk in Europe that they pour it away. Why can't you do the same thing? A whole president claiming they are in the 21st century are supporting a very primitive practice of moving cattle from place to... All of you, you're not ashamed of yourselves. You have no shame. As somebody will say, your shame is shaming me. I'm telling you, you people from the zoo, I'm ashamed of your ignorance and stupidity. You people are hopeless, completely hopeless. One day I want idiot to come and say, we're intellectuals. And you're moving cattle from Kafanchan to Ahoda. You are intellectuals. You are intellectualizing. In the 21st century, you are moving cattle, driving cattle, Nama, from over 300 miles. Claiming Yoruba forest is a place for you to be in. You want to relax, Yoruba forest. Every Nigerian is free to live anywhere. And do their business anywhere, yes. But when an Igbo man tries to sell beer in Kanu, you destroy it. You destroy their businesses, you destroy their hotels, but you can come down to the south and live anywhere you like and grace anywhere you like. And you're telling me that is a country, that is one Nigeria for you? The Fulanis we are talking, they call them the Funa movement. Our attention has been drawn to a decree credited to one Rotimi Akeredolu, asking Fulani people who have occupied some forests in Ondo State to quit. We are also aware of another incident in Oyo State where an illiterate political talk gave quit notice to Fulani people to leave their territories, which are now their irreversible homes. Are you listening? Fulani are now saying that Yoruba forest is now their irreversible homes. They have now occupied Yoruba land in perpetuity. And I want to let my Yoruba friends understand this. You see, in life, Anytime you support evil, evil will come back to haunt you. All of you never knew that Ipob and this Biafra movement was for your liberation. Some of you saw maybe the oil and gas from Biafra land. If they go now, we'll have access to oil and gas. In the process of having your eyes fixated on oil and gas, your forest is gone. Do you understand it? There is nothing more precious in life than freedom. Freedom is very important. And I need you to understand this very morning. Every Yoruba person supporting Fulani, you are setting up yourself to become like the Hausa people. Remember when Hausa was supporting Fulani? We are Hausa Fulani, we are Hausa Fulani. Where are the Hausa people today? I ask you. Where are those Hausa people today? Do you see them anymore? They're saying we are Hausa Fulani, we are Hausa Fulani. Do you see them again today? Do you see them? I'm asking you. No, because Fulani have completely overwhelmed them. It's called emasculation. Completely emasculated them. Look at what they're doing in the East. In the East, they come to the East, I will tell you, oh, you want to be the president or vice? Yeah. They say, give us land for Ruga. They give them land. As soldiers of Kanu did at Lok Banta. They've taken it over in forever and ever. Give us land in your state. Hope of them prove to us that you are stood. Give us land in Olo. Hope of them will give them land in Olo. We can go and kill people in Obibo. We can kill for them. How many Fulani governors are prepared to kill bandits? I didn't say normal people. I'm talking about armed, dangerous bandits. How many Fulani governors? Go and read your newspapers, you will see it there. Fulani governors are negotiating with them, giving them arms, giving them vehicles, making sure that their life is no longer a misery. But see, they come down to the south. They tell you, give us land for Ruga. Go and kill your people to prove to us that you're one Nigerian. That was why Obioso was talking rubbish. Was it yesterday or 2 days ago? Supported by the BBC. The problem you people have in Nigeria is this. Your journalists, you see people, Punch newspaper, Tribune, Vanguard, and Nation, they are your second worst enemies. I'm telling you the truth. They can never, ever be objective in their reportage. Never, ever, ever. That's why all of you are suffering. But you don't know it. They were the same people used to scuttle the NSAS protest. Of course, some of you went about looking for Indomie in warehouses. Typical black people. Any revolution that is coming now, you must stand very firm. They'll say, oh, you're Igbo. Oh, you're Yoruba. Oh, you are from Europe. Don't join them. It's our turn in 2023. If you do this, you will scuttle our chances of becoming the president in 2023. Ask yourself, all of them that have been president from time immemorial, what benefit has it brought to you as a human being? Absolutely nothing. So you have nothing to lose. Absolutely nothing to lose. You look at them now. How they have now descended on Yoruba people, asking them to concede, give us your forest, we must graze, we must do this, we must do that. And slowly before your eyes, they are giving in, they are capitulating, they are allowing them to go, if you don't give it to us, Tinubu will not be president in 2023. Tinubu won't be the president. That's what I'm saying to you. And foolishly you will agree and hand over your land to them. And once they take your land over from you, look at Hausa. Because there is a saying where we come from. If you want to know what your life is going to become in the future, look at Hausa people. If you want to understand, appreciate, I will say, the life that you are about to bequeath to your children and grandchildren, look at Hausa people. Is there any Hausa governor today? Is there any Hausa emir? Is there land though? Katsina is Hausa land. Kanu is Hausa land. Sokoto is Hausa land. The Hausa people own it, indigenous to those areas. I'm asking you this question. Is there any Hausa man who's an emir in the north? The answer is no. Something's going to happen to you. If you don't rise up now to break, I'm not even asking people to break this rule. Demand for what rightfully belongs to you, your freedom. The freedom to decide, the freedom to write a constitution if you prefer, the freedom to live with whoever you want to live with. That is what we are asking for. But most people misunderstood what we are saying. And today, almost everything we have said about the zoo has come to pass. Everything we have told you, everything I told you has come to pass, hasn't it? Everything. And some people are still questioning and arguing. They said, Fulani will resist by all means necessary, including armed resistance, any attempt to forcefully eject them from the forest. Yoruba, you must ask yourself this question. When we were pursuing them from a brain, why didn't they say something about ESN or Nnamdi Kanu? Why? Have you asked yourself that question? Because they know we are prepared to die to defend our land. They understand that very well. That is the only language the Fulani understand. You cannot say to Fulani, oh, let us have a Fulani president, and after that all will be well. Never, ever, ever. They will continue to expand. They will continue to identify idiots in your midst, traitors, saboteurs in your midst. They will promise them heaven and earth. They will give them anything they ask for in order to ensure that they get into you, they subjugate you. Look at Yoruba and the Lorin. Yoruba, how did you lose a Lorin? You lost a Lorin because somebody thought or felt that by aligning himself with what he felt was a superior Fulani force, he can defeat his own people. Afonja, what happened? As a result of that miscalculation, the great Yoruba race lost a Lorin to Fulani Caliphate. That is why in a Lorin, you have an emir of a Lorin, not an Oba of a Lorin, answerable to Sokoto. That is where Lai Muhammad comes from. You can see them. Sokoto slaves in Yoruba land. When I say that, it's not religion. It has nothing to do with religion. It has everything to do with the mentality of a conquered people. Now they have left the Lorin, having taken a Lorin and taken it to Sokoto. They now want to come into Oyo. They want to come into Ondo. Once they take over all those places, it's over for the Yoruba race. Over for you. No, never again will anybody rise a man of honor or integrity in Yoruba land. Never ever. It will only be their stooge. Look at what's happening in the East. Only Fulani stooges can now emerge in the East. It took them very many years, nearly 50 years, to accomplish this very simple task of making sure that everybody, be it Ohaneze, be it Pandef, be it governor, anybody you're bringing out must come to the north to swear allegiance to the caliphate. All of them, bar none. Is there any political godfather in the East? There is none. They all go to the north to go and swear allegiance to the Janjaweed. That is why our life is in a mess. That is why they can do something like Obiozo and make him the Ohanese President General. In front of our eyes, in front of Korokoro. And what did they bribe? They gave money to BBC, they gave money to all Zoom newspapers. They started to trumpet, Obiozo, Apex Group, Apex. You saw them holding their meeting under a canopy. A ton without shame. Under sand, ton canopy. Maybe you saw it disgraceful and shameful. Talking rubbish. The man looks like a Janjaweed anyway. Talking nonsense. These are people they have prepared for you to sell you down the drain. By the time the Fulanis are done with you, believe you me, if you don't rise up now to fight for your freedom, by the time Fulanis are done with you, you'll be more useless than a Hausa peasant doing Babi Allah somewhere in Zaria. That is the future that awaits you. Now, our people must understand this very clearly, especially my Yoruba brothers and sisters. It is about time you stop supporting evil. That evil is in Asorok. That evil is a gang of reprobates calling themselves presidency. The more you keep on supporting evil in the zoo, the more your land will be taken from you. The more your daughters will be raped and abducted, the more your sons will be slaughtered in cold blood. And under one Nigeria, there is nothing you can do about it. Absolutely nothing. Because one idiot that they groomed will rise up and say to you, oh no, it's one Nigeria, there is crime everywhere. Haven't you heard about Zamfara? Haven't you heard about Katsina? There is crime everywhere. That is not the case. The crimes you have in the north, the insecurity you have in the north is as a direct consequence of their own action. They groomed them. Al-Qaeda in the Maghreb, ISIS in West Africa, Boko Haram, Fulani headsmen, bandits, all of them. Who brought them to Nigeria? It's Fulani. Fulani brought them into Nigeria. El Rufai brought them in. Bauchi State Governor brought them in. Are you people deaf and dumb and stupid? When you come out and you pretend, oh, we are one Nigeria, go and show me. Somebody was asking, where is the boundary, where would the boundary of Biafra begin? And I asked the fool, where did the boundary of Nigeria begin?
Dindo money na nwụrụ anwụ ka ụmụ Igbo dị ndụ money na nwụrụ anwụ ka Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dị ndụ money na nwụrụ anwụ ka ụmụ Biafra dị ndụ asị m unu binye n'oge akara aka lụọ asị m na gboo dike mbọsị ihe ike mere ọ ga-achọ nwa dike ọ sị na mberede nyiri dike na mberede ka o ji ama nwa dike ọya ka m ji akpọ unu n'isi ọhamadike bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu ya nwa bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu otu mkpụrụ anya ji isi ụgwọ otu ọnụ na-ekwuchitere mba niile ụkpaka na-agba n'udu mmiri na-agba n'oge nke ya asị m unu binye n'isi ya nye ogologo ndụ na-adị isi ike napụta ya na eke napụta ya n'orie napụta ya n'afọ napụta ya na nkwọ asị m na ahịa kara aka anaghị eri nwa ngwụrọ na ahịa kara aka agaghị eri Mazi Nnamdi Kanu asị m unu gaa napụta Nnamdi Kanu na eke napụta ya n'orie napụta ya n'afọ napụta ya na nkwọ asị m mee ka ọnụ niile kwụrụ njọ n'isi atụgharịa kwụ mma ka ọnụ kọrọ ogiri ọnụ kọrọ ogiri lacha Chukwu okike abịa ama onye jiri mmiri siri ike kpọọ aja were aja siri ike kpọọ mmadụ asị m na taata bụ ụbọchị eke n'ala Igbo asị m na eke ga-eketara Nnamdi Kanu ndụ eke ga-eketara ya nwere onwe oke ga-eketara ya ndụ oke ga-eketara ya Biafra oke ga-eketara ya nwere onwe oke ga-ekegburu ya ndị iro kegburu ya ajọ mmadụ na ajọ mmụọ asị m na mbọsị ọ ga-apụta ekwensu ga-anọ n'ụra ndị ilo ya ga-anọ n'ụra ọkwa na ekwe osu asị m gịnị bụ ekwensu asị m na mbọsị ọ ga-apụta ya bụ ndị ilo ga-anọ n'ụra ọha bụ ndị ọha nwa bụ ekwensu asị m na ha ncha ga-anọ n'ụra na Nnamdi Kanu ga-apụta n'ike na ebube Nnamdi Kanu ga-apụta n'ike na ebube asị m na ọnụ kwụrụ njọ n'isi ya ga-atụgharịkwọ mma asị m ọbịara igbu Nnamdi Kanu bụ onwe ya onye si na Nnamdi Kanu agaghị adị ndụ onye a ga-eji anazere mmiri onye si na Nnamdi Kanu agaghị apụta onye a ga-eji anazere mmiri ọnụ niile kọrọ ogiri ọnụ ga-akọrọ ogiri lacha osisi abụla oturu ga-emeche wee kwele onye asị na Nnamdi Kanu aga-apụta asị m na ọnụ ahụ iji wee kwuo ya na ike ejikwa ya wee kwugharịa mma n'isi ya asị m na ebe onye ahụ na-atụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu aka asị m aka gị ga-akpọnwụ osisi ahụ fụrụ Nnamdi Kanu wee tọọ nkwe asị m ikuku futuo gị anya ọbụla fụrụ Nnamdi Kanu kwawa akwa alịla asị m alịla akọrọ ya n'anya onye fụrụ Nnamdi Kanu cheta ihe gburu nwa ya ihe gburu nwa ya gbuo ya maka na ọ bụrụ ya gburu nwa gị Chukwu okike abịa ama asị m na mberede nyiri dike mberede ka o ji ama nwa dike asị m na okirikiri ka a na-agba ukwu ose ọ dadị ukwu ose elu na okirikiri ka ndị iro ga-agba Nnamdi Kanu mana ha ama mkpata ya aka ọ sị na nkirikiri ka ọ na-ekiri odido jiri odido enyi ozu na ọkwanụ nkirikiri ka ndị iro ga na-ekiri ya mana ha ama mfụ ya anya asị m na-eje anaba isi ije asị na Nnamdi Kanu ga-eje na ọ ga-ana asị m na inye anaghị eri ọba maka na inye na ọba bụ nwanne inye agaghị eri Nnamdi Kanu maka na ọ bụ nwi asị na Nnamdi Kanu ga-adị ka echi anaghị agwụ agwụ maka na ije ejere bụ ije mmiri ọ bụrụ eje nkụ asị na ya bụ ije ga-abụ ije mmeri asị m na ọ ga-anata n'udo asị m na ọ ga-abata sirili welere asị m na unu ga-aga kpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu asị m unu ga-akpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu ga-akpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu ga tụnye ugo ga nye ya mmeri ga nye ya mmeri ga nye ya mmeri tụnye ugo n'elu ugo nye ike n'elu ike nye ya ndụ n'elu ndụ ọkwanụ ndụ ka o ji efu na efufe unu nye Nnamdi Kanu ndụ onwe ike wee kwụrụ jinjin onwe ike wee kwụrụ wee fuo n'ofufe a sị na ya kara ka anaghị eri nwa ngwụrọ ihe mere ha ji jide Nnamdi Kanu bụ ka nwee ike wee megide ndị Igbo ka nwee ike megide ụmụ Biafra ka nwee ike wee kwuchi anyị ọnụ ka ha nwee ike wee kachi anyị ọnụ ka anyị ghara ikwu okwu ọzọ mana ama m na dododo Chukwu okike abịa ma ndị nwa na ndị nwe mmiri ndị nwe ikuku ndị nwe anyanwụ mmụọ nna nna anyị ochie mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka anyị dị ndụ mmụọ niile ọ kwafọrọ ọbara ha n'ike maka ihi Biafra asị m unu binyenu asị m unu dododo na ọkwa na unu bụ ihe nwe ike a ọkwa na unu ga-eji ọgụ mmụọ ọkwa na unu ga-aga buori ahịa ọkwa na unu ga-aga napụta ya maka na ihe ọ tinyere unu n'aka anaghị ele ule asị m dododo igiriga ọgụ mmụọ eze nwaanyị niile nọ n'ala Igbo mmụọ niile nọ n'ala Igbo asị m unu binye maka na onwe onye nọ n'ụwa na-anaghị aṅụ mmiri onwe onye nọ n'ụwa na-anaghị eri nnu nnu bụ ihe ụtọ si na mmiri wee pụta onye ọbụla na-eri ihe na-eri ihe dị na mmiri onye na-asa arụ ji mmiri asa arụ onye ọbụla na-eme ihe ọbụla ọ na-eme ji mmiri eme ya asị m ihe ọbụla mmadụ na-eme n'ụwa mmiri ọ na-ebubu ụzọ asị m onye ọbụla kpọrọ mmiri asị na mmiri a ga-agbagbu ya. Asị m onye ọbụla fụrụ mmiri n'anya ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya. Onye ọbụla fụrụ mmiri n'anya ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya. Onye ọbụla mmiri na-awụsa n'arụ ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya. Onye ọbụla mmiri na-emesa n'arụ ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya. Onye na-aṅụ mmiri na-eli nnu, asị m na ọnụ anyị ji wee lie nnu wee ṅụọ mmiri na ị ga-eji akwa okwu ọma n'isi Nnamdi Kanu n'aha Chukwu okike abịa ama.
Ise. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Olu province of Biafra land, and we are here live and direct. Today being the 8th day of October in the year of our Lord 2022. Being Obochi Nkwo Market Day in our land. Therefore, I welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends and well-wishers onto this hallowed platform where we preach enlightenment. We don't shy away from our responsibility in preaching all around 360 degrees. We don't shy away from it. We must do everything possible to liberate ourselves from both mental and physical cage, mental and physical condition, mental and physical slavery which they have subjected us, mostly mental slavery, and left us with it. They just put us into a bottle and lock it down here. We are just moving around inside the bottle, seeing it as our own world. But here on this hallowed platform, initiated by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, we are here in order to untie ourselves from this cage, mental cage. That is why we continue the work of our leader. He initiated it. Liberation. Radio Biafra in defense of freedom. If you think it's only for physical freedom, you are lying. Because without mental freedom, even if you have physical freedom, it amounts to nothing. That is why Africa is still where it is today. Because they haven't been mentally liberated. So we continue running around the cage. This hallowed platform urges us in order to think beyond the cage. Think beyond the reason, beyond what they conditioned us into. That is why Saturday, like today, we dedicate it to discussions on religious matters, discussions about our religion or religious issues. There is no no-go area. You understand? In this restoration effort. As I used to say, this is the era of our own awakening. You know, it is whenever you, according to our adage, whenever you wake from sleep, maybe your night shift, you sleep early in the morning, and you wake up by 2, 3 p.m. It is your morning. That is what our adage means. So, the European era of awakening has come earlier, centuries ago, 15th, 16th, 17th century. But it is better to be late than nothing, than none. Therefore, this is our own era of awakening, where we make ourselves to reason beyond where they tell us to reason, where they conditioned us to reason. Because there is something I see, there is a pattern of this mental slavery. They conditioned us to reason in a sphere. So that when you ask questions beyond what they want you to know, they tell you, no, who are you to ask questions? Are you questioning God? And I ask, who is this God that we are questioning? Is it not the people that told us everything about what they put us into and tell us when you want to bring common sense, they tell you, no, no, no. Are you arguing with God? I see it as the most horrible crime of mental slavery. Here we question everything. Everything. There is no band space for us. That is why I call it the era of our own awakening. When we subject everything to the altar of reason. We subject everything to the altar of reason. Not sentiment, not religion. No. We reason because we are given the brain. We are created, made to reason. That is why we are called human beings. So when we limit that our thinking faculty, which means we are in a cage, we are mentally manipulated. Therefore, without taking much time, let me bring in one other please to make your introductory speech before I move on. One other please, over to you.
Good evening, Mazi, Jonathan. How are you today?
I'm good.
Yeah, thank God for that. Good afternoon, my fellow Biafrans. How is everyone doing? My name is Marien, Haider. I am from Umunoha. Umunoha is in the Nnamdi local government in Biafra land. But I'll be speaking today from Maryland in the United States. I welcome you all to our program. I believe it's going to be fascinating, educative, thought-provoking as usual. So I'm urging us to come with an open mind, be objective in our thinking and reasoning, be rational, but let us allow the words that are going to come out today provoke our thoughts so that our inner potentials can be unleashed for our own goodness, the goodness of our society, and the whole population of the world in general. Again, I welcome you all. Thank you as we relax back and listen. Let's go to class. God bless.
As our leader will always say, please come with your pen and papers. Come with your pen and papers. If you are using a slate and chalk as Almajiri, please do not fail to come with your charcoal or papyrus pen and slate. It is all welcome because what we are doing has no ethnic coloration. Let me tell you, we want everybody to be mentally liberated. We want progress for everybody, even ordinary Almajiri. What we are doing is to liberate them from where their elites, their emirs, their ruling class put them. Because according to one, is it a presidential candidate? I don't know. That's all, that their supporters have no access to modern technology, internet, on TikTok. That is why they keep quiet, no writing, So they are happy. You see that they put them purposely. They put ordinary Almajiris, ordinary Fulani houses, they stock them in the medieval period so that they will be controllable. So that they can tell them, they can think for them. So that these people will not all be able to think for themselves. The same thing that happened when the Europeans came. They met the British, the Sokoto Caliphate, the emirs. They told them, please, leave us. Do not trouble us. Just the same way according to the Bible, when the demons asked Christ to leave them. Do not trouble us, please. Just allow us to enter into the swine, according to the story. That is exactly the same way the caliphate met and said, don't trouble us, we can be your vassal. And anything you want, we will do. Rule everybody through us. through the structure we have kept. We purposely made our people not to be educated so that they will be docile. They will be very easy to control. They will obey whatever we say so that they don't have the mind to think or to challenge the ruling class because of the way they were being conditioned. And Frederick Lucas said, what we are looking in Sokoto, we saw it in Sokoto. What are we talking about? Stay like that. And they conditioned their people into a type of mental cage and stupidity that human beings have never experienced. Do you understand? So, into a type of gullibility and docility that undescribable. Until today, they encourage them to burn like pigs. They don't want them to think, to use their brain. Anything you tell them, they don't think. They will say, let us go and ask the opinion of our emir. Let us go and ask what did our governor say about this because we don't know what to think. We don't know. That is the way they have conditioned the Almajiris in the north. Do you understand? Do you know where Islam originated from? In the Arab world, you don't have all these Almajiris roaming around the street. That is why, black Africans, whatever they put hand into, they corrupt it. Almajirihun, which is, the Arabic word, which was corrupted into Almajiri. These are just simply people that left far place in order to study for knowledge. They have schools in Arab world, in Arab countries, for goodness sake. They have schools that they teach them in Arabic. Arabic is a language, for goodness sake. Arabic is not a religion, it's just a language of communication. Just like Igbo language, just like a Jaw language, just like English language, just like any other language. But to the northern, Sultanate or the Caliphate, the Sokoto Caliphate, they now bent everything and use it as only for religion. So that these people, they go there and just know how to read the Quran. God say in Quran. They didn't know that even before this Quran was completely approved in the Arab world, orthodoxically, it took more than 250 years for the Arabs to now be subjugated into using Quran, believing in Quran. It was a hard job. Do you know what is 250 years? Do you know what it is? 2.5 centuries. They fought for it. Do you understand me? And you ask yourself, before Prophet Muhammad came, what were the Arabs? What was their religion? These are things we want you to go and make researches. And you will start finding out things that you never knew. That is why I said at the beginning that here we provoke your thoughts in order to reason outside the cage which we are placed into. Because you're a human being. You have the right to reason. Anyhow, outside the cage. Stop being, manipulated and inserted in a cage. And be given a particular standard, with their standard, for you to think. Their own standard for you to quantify God. Their own standard measurement of spirituality. No. If you continue like that, you are still in the cage. Here we want you to think outside the cage. Both the Almajiris listening to my voice, think outside the cage. You are politicians, you are emirs, They are not sent by God, for goodness sake. It's what they make you to believe. They condition your mindset in believing that all those things. Why is it that the sons and daughters of Rufai are not carrying bows and be begging and scavenging for food in the streets of Kaduna? These are the questions you have to ask yourself. Why are these people not allowing their children to behave like you, that are living like animals in the street? They tell you this is how Allah said it. Who tell you that? Who tell you that? Do they have Almajiris in the streets of Jeddah? In the streets of Mecca? In Dubai? Have you seen any Almajiri here? That's why I say anything bad people, evil people, anything they touch, they bend it, because they want to use it to corruptively or corruptly, in order for their own personal benefit and advantage. The Arabs that brought you Islam, there is no way you go and see people begging on the streets in the name of their studying Quran. You never see them. You can never see them. Everything because of human organization, human thinking. Though they are in the same religion with you, they brought you even the religion, but they reason like human beings. They organize themselves because they know that for human being to be unkempt, you see a child of 3, 4, 5 years being abandoned on the streets, going around, no shower, nothing, not taken care of, and he's anything he can scavenge for. Many of them used to die even before the age of 8 because of diseases. And you tell me that this is the work of God? Do you see how wicked black people are? The same way in the Christian world, in places like Nigeria, you see that the GOs going on private jets, living on all kinds of luxurious lives, promising their stupid dead bodies they call followers or members, promising them a very good life hereafter. But they are living their own good life here. Heaven. Oh, you will go to heaven, don't worry. If you pay your tithe, you receive your miracle and money will fall down from heaven. They failed to tell the people the truth. Bob Marley said, tell the children the truth. That is the evil these people are committing. They tell you that God wants you pay for this holy water or holy oil, olive oil, that no weapons fashioned against you that will prosper. God will be protecting you. You'll be going and coming. But they themselves physically, they are with military and police in Nigeria, protecting them. Sometimes I say Nigerians are dead bodies, honestly. They don't reason. If you want to ask question, but Oga, you are selling all these things for us or to us. You say God is he's an angel. Once you place this sticker in my car, his holy angels are protecting, the host of angels are protecting me. So, but you yourself, you are using a physical military, Nigerian physical military arms. What is the problem? If you ever try to ask that question, they'll shut you down. Are you questioning the man of God? Don't you know that it is the things of the spirit you cannot understand? No, you cannot understand. It's only them that understood. It is them that understand. Honestly, for a very long time. This is why I don't regret. I remove my venom on them, because what they cause in our land is abominable. We must question all these their characters. Therefore, once again, I welcome each and every one of you to today's edition. Today is the 8th day of October 2021. 2022, being Saturday, Nkwo Market Day in our land. Before I go into just few news headlines, I will read this IPOB news, press release. It is 2 press releases anyway, but I will read one. IPOB press release of the 8th of October 2022. It says, the caption, IPOB has no business with Nigeria election and their campaign. Listen attentively, please. For those people that are asking and querying about the position of IPOB on election, listen, this is IPOB's official stand. We, the global movement and family of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, led and commanded by Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, is very much aware that the Nigeria government is both directly and indirectly sponsoring election violence in Biafra land with the intention to blackmail the indigenous people of Biafra internationally as anti-democratic process. The IPOB leadership has for umpteenth times stated unequivocally that part of our modus operandi in our agitation for freedom has never been and is not and will not be violent agitation. This explains our consistent demand for the United Nations to organize a referendum in the Biafra territory for the Biafran people to determine their destiny. To this effect, IPOB is neither contemplating nor will it encourage or sponsor anyone or group to disrupt the zoo Nigeria's shambolic selection process called election. IPOB has constantly made it public that we have no interest in and cannot legitimize the aberration they call election in Nigeria. We are a focused, determined, and disciplined freedom-fighting movement, not political talks, and IPOB is devoted to the cause of liberating our people from subjugation and from modern-day slavery and neocolonialism, and will not allow ourselves to be distracted from this very objective. The world must hold to account the Nigerian government and the criminals it is covertly recruiting and positioning in the southeast to create an environment of violence. And after causing the violence, we use the zoo shameless and fantastically compromised and corrupt media to blame IPOB for the election violence that they themselves instigated and executed during campaigns and their shambolic elections. IPOB is not part of the Zoological Republic sham election and will never be part of them. IPOB is solely focused on Biafra independence struggle, which Nigeria government and her allies are working very hard to try and derail with their daily propaganda and blackmail against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB members worldwide. They will always fail because the restoration of Biafra is as free, sovereign, and independent nation is divinely ordained, and its time is now. Our demands are simple. Number one, release the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, unconditionally. Number two, fix a referendum date for Biafrans to decide their fate, either for freedom in a sovereign Biafran nation or for permanent subjugation and oppression in the Fulani-controlled Islamic Republic or Islamic Sultanate of Nigeria. As we have said in our previous press releases, Nigeria government and her compromised security agencies are responsible for most criminalities going on in Biafra land and some other parts of Nigeria. This very fact has been confirmed by the Nigerian army officers in their letter to the Buhari, the impostor in Asorok, while protesting poor welfare, low morale, corruption in the army as an institution, and lack of adequate working tools to the effect that some of their men are involved in kidnapping and other sundry crimes for survival. What a shame. This is the smoking gun that has hitherto been missing. So, when they will recruit these criminals in uniform and their civilian partners, or JTFs, to cause violence in Biafra land during and after campaigns and selection, the international community should know who to hold responsible and that will be the Nigerian government. The current political atmosphere in the Nigeria election campaign shows that the oppressed and disgruntled youths are on one side, while the old who are comfortable with their oppressors are on the other side. You don't need any prophet to tell you that this election or selection may end up like 2020 and SARS that brought the youths to the streets in protest across Nigeria. Recollect that the NSAS mass protest led by the youth was infiltrated and hijacked by violent thugs on the payroll and at the behest of the Nigerian government and blamed on IPOB. Nigerian government is warming up to do same again during this their selection process, which they call election. If the Nigerian government keep playing ostrich this time around, what happened in Nigeria in October 2020 might be a child's play to what will happen this time. IPOB is not interested, and we never involve ourselves in any Nigeria fraudulent pre-election or post-election issues. Our job is to open the eyes of the blind by the gospel of truth, which our leader has delivered already. Whoever that is sponsoring any group or gang tagging them IPOB is on his or her own. For those who are heard or hard of hearing, IPOB is one invisible or invincible family under one central command and leadership of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. This divine movement is being piloted by the only structure which Mazi Nnamdi Kanu put in place. And that structure is the Directorate of State of the Indigenous People of Biafra, DOS, with Mazi Doziem as the head of the DOS. Anyone who chooses to play foolish and act dumb is fully on his or her right to do so. But IPOB cannot answer for their foolishness. Neither shall IPOB be responsible for their stupidity. If in the future IPOB leadership decides to make further statements on the upcoming Nigeria selection process called the election, we shall make such statements through our official channels, which are: number one, announcement on our hallowed radio station, Radio Biafra, or number two, press statement from IPOB Publicity Secretary. Any other information claiming to emanate from IPOB but not issued through the above two channels is not only deceitful but fraudulent and does not represent the position of the indigenous people of Biafra, led by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, signed by Comrade Emma Powerful, Media and Publicity Secretary for the indigenous people of Biafra. Let me go straight to some news headlines, some headlines that made or make news in the Nigeria, in the zoo newspapers. Okay. As a Nigerian government said that no kobo was spared for rescue of the last 23 Abuja Kaduna train passengers. That is federal government. It's a news headline that no kobo was spared. For you to understand their lies, I would have tried to play a clip in the BBC documentary of the Fulani terrorists, which they did last time, where they tracked one terrorist kingpin that have been kidnapping. They asked the guy, he said it, I didn't have the time. There's no time for me to go and play it. The BBC interviewer asked the man direct 101. He said the government, Nigerian government, claimed that some of these schoolgirls that were kidnapped, nothing was paid. The man laughed. The terrorists laughed on that video. He said he called I think he said Nigerian government paid them, if I'm not mistaken, 60 million naira cash. Cash. He said he laughed. He said they are all liars. So, what made you to believe that Nigerian government will say the truth? because they are based on lies. Do you understand? Forget about everything. Anything that is official comment by Nigerian government, know that it is complete fallacy, lie. It's opposite. Now they are telling you somebody was negotiating for them, not knowing that the person is a hardcore insider of the terrorists. The guy that was kidnapped, arrested in Egypt. Why going to pray to thank Allah for giving them Nigeria, for giving them very gullible indigenous population in Nigeria? He wanted to go to Mecca, and upon transit in Egypt, in Cairo, he was intercepted, and Nigerian government tried very hard to get him repatriated instead of jailing him in Egypt. And let me tell you why they were able to get that guy back, Nigerian government, with the promise that, they are going to investigate his activities as a terrorist. That is why immediately he landed in, I think, Abuja or Kaduna International Airport. The DSS arrested him in order to show the Egyptian government that they are, they are men of their words, to remove the shame. Because had it been that the guy was judged and jailed in India, the whole world would have known. It would have confirmed what we have been crying. Which, nonetheless, the whole world know. They know. But Nigeria is a sponsor. Nigeria officially, the government of Nigeria is a terrorist government. Normally. Everybody knows. Everybody knows. What about those arrested in Dubai jail? They are still serving their jail terms today. They mentioned the names of those in Aso Rock. Have they done anything about it? What about this man I talked about? Does anybody know about his whereabouts? Maybe they have done the jamboree, press jamboree, to make sure that they deceive the press, make everybody, he's in jail. Maybe by now the man is through the backyard, is gone. They release him. Because it would be a shame if they didn't do that cinema, that action. Do you understand? Here they are shamelessly, the Nigerian government is saying that they didn't pay to rescue the 23 Abuja train passengers. Do you see it? That is why Horewa, the human right something, he's asking the government. He said, show proof of terrorists killed during the release of the 23 train victims. Horewa challenges the impostors government. Show proof. Okay, you didn't. They just released them like that. Do you remember the first time the terrorists holding all these people who kidnapped their passengers? They said they don't want money. That the Nigerian government know what they need, what they want. When you enter into that context, there are many things. They know what they want. They are fighting against Western education, which the Nigerian government is subtly making sure to destroy Western education today. Do you understand? ASU has been on strike. Academic Staff Union of Universities. They have been on strike for how many months now? Almost one full, year. Educational year. It's gone. And a whole country. Now, what the Nigerian government see as a solution is to destroy ASU, to register two other fake associations, so that they will destroy ASU from within. That is, I said it the other day. That is how they do. So, are they not doing the biddings of Boko Haram? Are they not doing the biddings of, the terrorists? That Nigerian government know what they do. They put Pantami there in order to gather everybody's information. Pantami is a non-terrorist. Pantami cannot even travel to America. They will jail him there. There are many of these people that cannot travel outside to different countries. They will jail them. Look at Egypt. Egypt is a Muslim majority country. Arab Republic of Egypt. It's a Muslim country, but they arrested a known terrorist. Do you understand? From Nigeria. Whereas Nigerians don't know. They are doing their cinema, their comedies, laughing away their souls, their lives. Okay. And now there is this new other headline before I go to the top subject matter. 2023 presidency between Obi and Atiku. God will decide our president, Primate Ayodele. He's a primate, whether Methodist bishop. He's a non-outspoken Daddy Gio or primate, I don't know. People that wants to go to heaven, but when the gate of heaven is open for them, they run. Like the one that they kidnapped. Kidnappers kidnap him. The primate bishop. They kidnap him and say, "Oh yeah, you want to go that heaven you are preaching? You will go it now, unless you give us 100 million naira, so that you don't go to heaven today." He prefer not to go to heaven and pay them. And tell the church. He called the church. Said, "The man is an older man, no." For your information. That is why Sadhguru said that the highest, I played his voice. The man I cherish is an enlightened fellow, enlightened man. He said that the highest crime against humanity is the spread of this ideology that there is a better place called heaven, or known as a heaven, that we are going, human beings are going. He said nobody wants to go there, because if you want to go to that heaven, you just go today. Oh, the ticket to heaven is dead. Okay. You allow the chop off your neck as a primate that is talking every day of heaven, heaven. Now they reach gate of heaven and say, "Oh boy, you want to enter heaven." He say, "Oh boy, instead let me pay 100 million naira to stay in this earth that is not good for me. I want to stay here." Don't you see that there is something that they are not telling us? There is something that they know that they are not telling the people. They are lying. They are pathological liars, I'm telling you. Had it been that, as he used to describe it, asị na nkwafuru ụlọ nke m nwere n'ụwa enwere m ebe obibi ka ya mma n'igwe. Had it been that bishop, he would have tell his wife and members, say, "Don't worry about yourself. Heaven is real. Don't worry. Let me go to heaven." And they will chop off his neck. But no way. All is about controlling of people. All is about to, use ideology, what they want you to believe, giving you illusions so that you'll be happy in your quagmire. When you know that you have another option, when you know that you have even a better option, you will not even try to make where your current place to be more attractive, to be more better. That is when we talk about this, is the crime. Otherwise you will make sure, if you know that there is no other place, all these things are just what they want you to believe, that this planet Earth, God, the creator, put us into, is our own heaven. You will fight any person that wants to make it bad for you. You will fight and fight in order to make this planet a better place. That's heaven. That is where the enlightened mindsets of the Caucasians of the West are working. They are doing everything in order to make this planet Earth a very paradise on earth. Whereas they want you to continue zombieing without electricity. Do you understand me? They want you to, if NEPA take off light, you sing your useless song Don't worry. Mosquito na atakwana gị. You are not the people that condition you in this position, they are flying everywhere. They have 24/7 electricity with their diesel engines, with their solar powers, but you cannot afford it. They have their private jets, but when they come, they preach, they condition you, and you continue listening. Or when they have a headache, they fly to Europe or America for medical treatment. When you have when you are sick, they will call you, they'll pray for you, speak in tongue, and give you holy water or holy oil, and you will pay for it too after you go and die. Let us remove ourselves from this idiocy. This is 21st century, for goodness sake. So this man say, God will decide our president. Do you see how they condition people? No, okay. If God will decide, why are people going to election? Why are people getting PVC if it is God that will decide? These are things, small things that you don't think about that matter a lot. They will tell you, oh, now the person that rig himself in will come and say, don't worry, it is God. Oh, I win this election. It is God, though. It is not God. It is his own treachery. It is his own tricks that put him there. He used talks in order to molest you, to intimidate you into subjection. To subjugate you. He used money to buy you. And now he said, God, I have done it. He will give praise Jesus. This is why we are doing what we are doing, in order to liberate you. That pastor or primate that is saying it is God that will decide our president. Tell him that God doesn't decide our president. Nigeria in paper has a democratic system. So it is a human being that decides, not God. Challenge him. That is what Radio Biafra is for. It's not God. Because they are using God. Once they use God, everybody will say, now wow. Any person that they put there, any idiot, the caliphate will put, they say, oh, it is the will of God. Who tell you that? Who tell you that? Stop using God to, to legitimize your idiocy. You use God. No, chuku now. It is you that decide. It is us that can make this place a better place. That is the reality. Therefore, before I go into the subject matter of today, which we will continue in our previous submission, but in our previous submission of religion and God. But today the subtopic will be, is any religion superior to others? Let me go to our sister Wanda. Please, if you have anything to add to the news headlines, just quickly do so that we continue.
Yeah, Mazi, you have said a lot as usual. But what I want to bring in is this: you're talking about conditioning of the mind, which is what this prelate or minister or daddy GO is beginning to do. Physical slavery, you can see that. But what is more dangerous is mental slavery, which is when you're messing with the mind of individuals. I'm going to give this analogy. There was a child who did something wrong, and the father put him on a timeout. In America here, when you say you put in a child in a timeout, you tell the child to stay at a corner or stay at a particular place. The child is not allowed to watch TV. The child is not allowed to play with his or her toys. I mean, you deprive the child from things that the child cherishes most. In psychology, we'll call it negative discipline. Okay, so this child was going through that. So the father put him in a corner. And after the whole episode, when the boy came out and the father was asking him, how was your experience? He said to his father, yes, even though you put me at a corner, even though you asked me to sit down and I sat down, Inside my mind, I was standing up. Inside my mind, I was still doing everything you asked me not to do. This is what we're talking about. Mental slavery is more powerful than physical slavery. Because even according to the Bible, Christian Bible said, guard your heart or your mind, because out of it are issues of life. Let's put a little light on this. Everything in life, everything in this life came out from the mind of man, including the religion we're about to talk about. It has nothing to do with God. These are the concept of the mind of man trying to understand their inner self, or to understand the spiritual aspect of man when you want to go into religiosity or spiritualism. So the colonial masters were very crafty, still crafty. They knew that as long as we had this physical chain on us, we will continue to cry. But that if they can devise a method systematically, which they have done cleverly, to mentally chain us, we will be walking freely, thinking we are free. Meanwhile, we are really under lock and key as far as they are concerned. And they are using us to continue to perpetuate their evil act. So what did they do? They said they have given us liberation. They have given us freedom. They have given us independence. But take a look at us. Especially West African in Africa. Look at us. We are seriously under heavy lock and key. They continue to manipulate and rule us because we don't have any freedom. They did it by what? Structurally, they structured our school systems. They structured our so-called government, whether they call it democracy or whatever. So inadvertently, they have created a perimeter on how far our mind can go with these structures. Because like Mazi, you rightly said, one thing is to go through an institution of learning, but another thing is allowing the institution to go through you. And by the way, the structures, the things you put in place in that structure determines how far your mind can be developed. That is why in America, where I am, they invest heavily on early child education. Because when a child is young, is the amount of things you expose that child is, that the amount of things that child the brain can accumulate. I don't want to digress too much, but taking a class on early childhood, I was exposed to the one of the fascinating functions of the brain of a man or a human being. When a child is born from the fetal stage to the first 3 years, the child has about 10 billion neurons running around in that tiny little brain or skull, waiting to connect with every exposure. Everything you expose that child to, the brain, the neurons will connect themselves. After 3 years, any neuron that is not connected, the body discards it, believing that you don't need it. This is what they have done to us. They have put these perimeters in the name of structure, governing everything. That, yes, you have our so-called elite who have gone through the system, who have gone through the system, call it education. They might have PhDs, but all their academic experiences have been limited to what they have been allowed to expose to them. So they might have gone to school, but are not smart. They are not illuminated. That is why they continue to be the instrument these colonial masters are using to subjugate us and continue. So there's a great difference between having an academic qualification or experience and having illumination, enlightenment. I'm going to say this, but before I make this argument, I'm going to make this what I'm going to say now. I don't know this brother, but I've been watching him on Facebook recently. Madubu, somebody, I think Madubu, I hope I call it. He's one of the strongest voices that is coming out from Biafra land today. The first time I listened to him, which was like a couple of weeks ago, he said, I think somebody chided with him or tried to smear him, saying that he had only 4 primary 4 education. And I made a comment. This our brother, even though he had only primary 4, my dear, when you listen to him, you will see raw, pure intelligence. Even his grammar, even his mindset, the things he's saying, his articulation. Mazi, I hope this young man is listening to me today. I want him to know that he's one of the brilliant minds we have today. If that guy was given an opportunity to come in the Western world, that guy is an inventor. Even with the caging of the situation where he is, when I listen to him, I marvel. So it is not about academic qualification, it's about enlightenment, which is what we are bringing. Because when your mind is enlightened, it will affect your physical ability to do things. Because everything we are talking about today, from politics, from anything you can think about, are things that came from the mind of man, not from the physical part of the human being. I'm going to rest here, Mazi. I don't want to go too far until we get into the subject matter. Yes. So the Fulanis have mastered what the colonial masters did. That is what they are using on. They might not be academically sound. They might not have the PhDs, but they are enlightened, especially when it comes to politics that are using. That is why they are doing what they are doing to us. And even some of our allies, if not most of them, cannot even see the manipulation of these individuals. So the question becomes, who is the wise one? I'm going to rest here for now, Mazi. Thank you.
There were honestly, the Europeans, for their own benefit, they did very marvelously to our detriment. I used to say that this is a world of exploitation. I don't mean words about it. If you either be exploited or you are an exploiter, there is no middle ground. That is the way the world is being structured. That is the reality. So they smartly, devised another means. When after the First World War, when they were being, told by America to get out of Africa, to leave Africa physically, they practically walked away in order to bypass that. They will get out of Africa physically, but their shadow, they are ruling Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, through their shadows. That is what is happening. So that is it. We must continue. As I said, the topic of our submission, of our discussion today, being Saturday, the 8th day of October 2022, being Nkwo Day, Obochi Nkwo, religion and God. We are going to continue on our discussions concerning religion and God. But on this subtopic, is any religion superior to others? That is a question. We have been asking this question and we are going to talk about it. According to one of our brothers, he said, and let me say this, please. Anytime, because this week I was overshadowed by many issues, many personal issues, so very tight. So I couldn't make it for a few days. So anytime you see that I am speaking, or they put me, my voice, or our voice on Facebook or social media through our different platforms, and it's not coming on IPOB Community Radio, please know that it is not a live broadcast. You understand? Because sometimes even for me to replay it directly, or even replay live broadcast, it's just like you are broadcasting, because you have to be in the studio manipulating. When you put on the tape and you will be there physically. So it's as well as being live physically. Because if you are not physically there, anything can go wrong at any time and you will not know. And people will be hearing rubbish or quiet or anything. So you must be physically there. So that is the information I want to give to everybody. As I said, religion.
Mazi, if you don't mind, before you go, let me just say something a little bit here. Yeah, okay. I'm glad you're making this clarification, because yesterday on one of the platforms I have my name on, there was a brother, I believe, and he was so worried. He was trying to reach you. I had to let him know that I believe it's a rerun that was going on. So if they can at least put a rerun on it, on the caption that it's a rerun, I think it will help a lot of people, because some people might not be able to deduce because it still carries the logo live, broadcast.
Of course,
so I think that would be
you're right.
And at least
you're right. To it. I will inform those doing it because also let me announce here, please. You can also, any person hearing my voice can also volunteer to be recording our voice on WhatsApp when we are, whenever we finish broadcast, or I finish my broadcast, daily broadcast, you see people inboxing, I want your WhatsApp, please send it to me on WhatsApp. I cannot be doing the whole thing. There are many things a broadcaster is. I cannot be broadcasting and recording it on WhatsApp. It is almost impossible. I record it through another system. There are many works. So even the WhatsApp recording, sometimes it is other brothers, other comrades that are doing it in any part. You can do it. You can volunteer.
Yes.
There are people that only they want to just relax and be getting everything.
They're called consumers.
Yes, very easy. Mandiba, sometimes I wonder. Mazi send the Kanu here because on WhatsApp, come spread it. You can volunteer, please. As we are talking, you can contact me and say, okay, I will volunteer to be recording anytime. Just give me information that you are coming on I will volunteer to be recording. Once I record it, I will forward it to you now, so that and forward it to others that you can. If you cannot forward it to others, just forward it to me. Now I'll forward it to others, the places that people will spread it. So I relax or Mazi. Maybe ebe no na atanko begin. Na Mazi send the Kanu here because.
Yeah, so one more thing. The brother I referenced to, our brilliant brother, his name is Madua Buchuku. Powerful, intelligent, individual. He blows my mind. I just wanted to bring that in. Thank you, Mazi.
Yes. So as I said, let us go into the business of the day, please. Religion and God. The question there is any religion superior to others? That is the question. We have been treating this issue. I want us to talk about it today, or continue talking about it. Now, this perceived religious superiority is also known as religiocentrism. Please, let it be known. Whenever I talk about, but we have to deal with it because that is the language we are made to learn in order to, they worked hard in order to spread the English language. They worked hard. So whenever I talk about religiocentrism, it's just religious superiority. It's just like ethnocentrism. Now, we all should understand that throughout history, religiocentrism or religious superiority and ethnocentrism or ethnic superiority has been the cause of many wars, or most of the wars, genocides, and other atrocities in this planet Earth. That is the reality. It justified the trans-Saharan and transatlantic slavery by the Arabs and Europeans. This religious superiority, it has been the most cause of atrocities, genocides, holocausts that has happened and continue happening all over the world. This is what just justified the trans-Saharan and transatlantic slavery by the Arabs and Europeans, who you revere today as your demigods. We refer to our demigods because they had this religiocentrism. It is also the main ideology behind the Second World War, where the Germans wanted to create a pure Aryan race to dominate the world. You know, there is something, I have said it here, you know, the Europeans are very smart. Whenever they talk about Second World War, they say the Nazis. They put it into the Nazis so that you can be seen it as an outsider. You'll be seeing it as, oh, no, it is just one party in Germany that caused it. So it's not the Germans. They are honestly. They use words that make you, knock you off. You understand? Because they are Europeans. So as they have made peace with you, they say, okay, we are going to lower the thing. So whenever they either tell you Hitler's world war by Hitler. Hitler is one man. Yes, he championed it, but it's the Germans. That is the reality. The Germans, they supported, they elected Hitler into office. When he was doing his rhetorics about Aryan race, pure Aryan race. Because the Germans, they wanted to create a pure Aryan race to dominate the world. The fantasy, Aryan race, we are the pure. To the extent that even Hitler, even the Germans, you need to prove your race to be Aryan. Right back to 18th century, they give you a certificate of Aryan. You understand? But today, when they are talking, they say, no, the Nazis. No, it is the Germans. The same way they talk, they say the Japanese in the World War, Japan bombed the, what do you call it? The Hawaii. Japan, why not? Germans did it. We don't exonerate it. You know, the other day, the Polish prime minister, very funny, a few days back, he used the opportunity because you know benefit. When you can, you push your own interests to benefit. The Polish prime minister said, though they are together with Germany, with the European Union, but he smartly put it that Germany should pay them, damages, World War II damages. Do you see how countries behave? That is coordination. Anywhere you can, anywhere you see opportunity, you push your interest direct. It doesn't matter. They said Germany should pay them 1.something trillion in dollars or euro for reparations, for damages of what Germany did in the Second World War. And politely also, the German chancellor, the representative there in that union, because they went to conference concerning their unity. You know, there is something I like in the West. Let me tell you, they know that unity is, I'm not digressing, please, but I have to say this. So I have to say this. Why I like the West, they know the power in unity, in alliance. Whenever there is something, they start first of all that politics of alliance to hold themselves together because they know that united they stand. I don't know whether people understand this, but our people fail to understand this because they are not developed enough to understand the importance of unity. That is why whenever I watch that our brothers program Nnamdi and Facebook that is going around in different parts of Biafra land, like the riverine areas that are claiming, some of them claiming that they are not Igbos. He will be meeting them in order to hear from them 101. Sometimes when I hear some people, some of them talk, it be like say make I close my ears because they stink. They stink. They don't understand the importance of unity. They don't understand the importance of being in a bunch. And you know that in America, Joe Biden, he initiated for a bill to be passed, for a law to be made against any African country that is trying to align with Russia. I read this in news one time because they could not understand what it means to have alliance. Our people, everybody wants to be separate. No, we are not Igbo. We are this. But we are enemies. Our enemies are seen us as the same people. But when they want to do this useless politics of separation, they will tell you, no, you are South, you are Delta, you are not Igbo. I ask our people, have you seen any Fulani from Castina telling you, no, I'm not me and Fulani from Jigawa, we are not the same. I'm just Fulani. I'm Fulani, maybe Torobe Sef. In their inside, they might have their differences. You understand? But when they come outside, they form a bunch. The same thing like European countries, the West, they have their private differences, their differences internally, but they don't allow it to touch the outcome of their being in a bunch politically. You understand? So all these things are the mindset we want, Radio Biafra wants our people to have. So let me continue. Remember, the topic of our message or of our submission today is religion and God. Is any religion superior to others? Religiocentrism, that is religious superiority, is always based on this line of thoughts. They're always saying, I think my religion is the only way and truth than others, than any other. That is a source of commotion and problems in this world. You go to meet a Muslim, interview him, talk with him, privately. He will tell you, oh, my religion is God, direct. So it's the best, it's the truth. So this is the only way, the truth and the life. You go and meet a Christian, he will tell you the same thing. That mine is the best. So he sees any other person as an unbeliever. He start quoting from the standard they put him, that cage they put everybody. Only there he is based, nothing more, not common sense. Nothing. He don't think. They condition him, don't think, or just quote here say, so don't think. And he will be rigmaroling inside there. All these things is what this platform is trying to break, to make you to start thinking outside the cage you are being placed. Okay, we continue. This line of thought emboldens them to describe their fellow human beings as infidels, unbelievers, etc., instead of seeing them as simply fellow human beings. In turn, this becomes the basic justification to discriminate or kill others because they practice their own indigenous religions. Because you call how do you say it? You kill before you kill a dog. You call him bad name before killing him. That's it. You must invent one thing against the dog. So that is how these religions, mostly these foreign religions, have put everybody. Oh, this person is an unbeliever. Why? Because he's not going to your church. Don't you see that you are in a cage? You don't see your brother as your brother. Now you judge him through because you are in a cage. You know, when somebody or when an animal is in a cage, he sees another animal in a freedom as sin. You know, in a cage, they are giving you food. So when they see another animal roaming around freely, he has to hustle for his food. Say, you will be pitying the free animal, not knowing that he is the person that's supposed to be pitied. Because anytime the owner wants, he will come and take you, cut off the neck and use you as a supper or dinner. But he didn't know that. For the caged animal, he thinks that he's feeding fat. So that is the issue. This line of thought, as I said, emboldens them to describe their fellow human beings as infidels. The Muslims, they describe their fellow human beings as infidels because they are not fellow Muslims, or they are not the fellow Muslim sects. Remember, Islam has many sects also, or many denominations in them. You have the Shiite, you have the Sunni, you have the Wahhabis, which is part of Sunni, you have the Ahmadiyya, you have different types also, which inside them, they also, one way or the other, fight against themselves. I must be honest with you. Now they judge their own fellow human beings as, or they describe their own fellow human beings as infidels, unbelievers, etc., instead of seeing them simply as fellow human beings that has blood as them. In turn, this becomes the basic justification to discriminate or kill others because they practice their own indigenous religion. The same way Germans of early 20th century demonize other races and cultures as inferior race. The classification of people as inferior based on race, ethnicity, and or religion provides the moral justification for slaughter if they insist on their natural way of life. In the Middle East and in the West, there is a high degree of religious superiority, that is religiocentrism, with intolerance and scorn of other religions. Scorn, they make mockery of other religions, that they are inferior. Do you understand? They scorn other religions. Each religion is exclusive and regards itself as the one and only true faith. This is one of the main factors that push them into killing, looting, ethnic cleansing, and colonizing others. Because for them, they are doing it for God. They are doing it in order to, civilize them, in order to brush them up. So you kill them. In order
to appease God, and then from the perspective of the people that are killing, in order to make it to heaven. That's how they're looking at it from this point of view. They're trying to save them from going to hell. Then in the process, you kill them. Then on the other part, they're looking at it that they're trying to do the bit for God. Interestingly stupid from both perspectives.
The worst crimes in this world are committed when somebody claims he has a divine mandate.
Exactly.
You understand me? Because no person who will question, who is more divine than the divine, who has the authority to question. That is why crimes in Nigeria are high using religion. Because you shouldn't question. Who are you to question God or the man of God? You will say somebody.
One of the phrases they use is that no carnal man can understand the things of the spirit. Then you begin to ask, if you want to be critical and you want to be smart about it, you challenge the individual. Okay, you and I are carnal. If you want to talk about carnal minds, both of us are carnal, so we have carnal minds. So how is it that you are the only one that is able to understand the things of the spirit? But nobody will ask that question. Right, Mazi?
Nobody asked that question. That is what we are talking about. We want you to start having critical thinking. You can ask any question as a human being. Don't let people intimidate you that, you are questioning God. Who are you questioning God? Carnal minds cannot understand the things of who tell you that? That person that is spiritual, if he wants to travel from Abuja to Owerri, he will enter flight or enter motor as a carnal human being. Do something like you. You go and buy tickets. Highest thing, he has money to pay for private ticket, but he's still traveling physically. Don't you see that there is something terribly wrong? Don't you see that? They condition your spirit, they condition you so that you start seeing yourself the way they want you to see yourself. Oh no, don't ask questions. Come on. This is the time to remove ourselves from this mental slavery. Remember, we are talking about religion and God. It's a question. Is any religion superior to others? The answer is no. The answer is no. Okay. In his research of 1987, the Hungarian Jewish historian and anthropologist Raphael Patai mentioned that the three great monotheistic religions of the Middle East and the West, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, are of 1987. The Hungarian Jewish historian and anthropologist Raphael Patai mentioned that the three great monotheistic religions of the Middle East and the West, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, are Hello, Wanda.
I can hear you now.
Okay. So what I was trying to say, I had just one technical issue which I will regulate right away. Just please hold on. Please welcome back. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. I'm sorry for this perturbation from my system, honestly, but we must continue. Remember, we are talking about today God and religion. And the question is any religion superior to others? So, as I was saying before, we must continue. You know, as I said, in his research of 1987, the Hungarian Jewish historian and anthropologist Raphael Patai mentioned that the three great monotheistic religions of the Middle East and the West, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, are the foremost theistic religion and the dominant faiths of about one half of mankind. Common to all theistic religions is a pronounced religiocentrism, that is religious superiority, expressed most poignantly in the conviction that one's own religion is the one and only true one, and that all the other faiths are erroneous and hence depreciable. Do you see it? Do you see the danger? You take your own religion as number one, and it's the only way. So you don't have talk about another. You say no, that is nothing. That their religion is nothing. Your own is the only way, the truth, and the life. It is highly dangerous. That is why there are commotions. You know, in our own, traditional way, they say, live and let live. I don't know whether we have every of these things concluded in our proverbs and adages, but we still don't understand. You know, our tradition, according to our tradition, you don't impose your tradition. You know, when we say tradition, it's about also it comprises religion, because religion is part of tradition. It's a part of way of life. So he didn't say "Nkono na be m ga-eghere ndị mba ọzọ nni." So we are not, according to our tradition, we don't need to impose or even try to convert other people to follow our own religion. No. Instead, we respect their system, their religion, and say, how do you do your own thing? They do. We say, okay, we respect it. You understand? We respect it. Now, but these foreign imposed religions, they come out of, this religiocentrism. That is religious superiority, that their religion is superior to others. It gives them the moral justification in order to do whatever they want, to kill you, because you are not part of them. They don't. Now that mindset makes them, they don't see you as a real human being. There is this video of one young man which they caught. It's one of the criminals, the kidnappers. He said when he want to kill somebody, maybe the person paid a ransom, they'll tell him cut off his neck or kill him. He said, wait, he will first of all pray. He will pray to God. So that prayer that he's trying, that ritual is trying to do. You might see it as no, this person is is evil. That thing is, once he does it, he's trying to remove that remorse, that sense of guilt from him, which means he's killing you. He has prayed to his God, so everything is okay. That is just an example of superiority, religious superiority. Because those foreigners that believe that their own is superior, they now see you as savages, unbelievers. When you open your mouth, because it is written, you are an unbeliever. I don't have anything to do with an unbeliever. You are stupid. Don't you know that you are talking to your brother, your fellow sibling? It's highly derogatory. You are now taking the person as, less human or lesser human, unless he turns and follows you in your religion. It's just the same way the Muslim they do. They say infidel. Their own, they kill you. But in your own, as a Christian, this is an unbeliever. The way you take him, the way you talk to him, the way you behave with him, it becomes different. You are just laughing with the person, but you see him internally as a pig. You understand? And that is very bad. Because
Mazi, what it does is open the window,
or your religion as superior.
Even what is happening why you are taking with us in our struggle.
This mentality is not natural to us. No, never. It is being brought.
What is happening to us in our struggle
type
now?
Of mentality is being brought by the Europeans. The same way they took us. Savages. Look at. Savages. We need to. It's a divine mission. We need to convert them. These are savages. They don't worship God. Who tell you? After all, they have ulterior motive that is driving them. So they use that mentality in order to block their mind. So that when they slaughter you, they don't feel that they are slaughtering human being. They are slaughtering an infidel, an unbeliever. So it is for God. To convert you, they have to kill you. Do you see the justification? That is one of the dangers of this religious superiority. Now, let me finish this before I hand over to Wada. In this conviction, we are rooted the great religious wars which pitted not only Muslims against Christians, but also various Muslim sects against each other, and likewise made various Christian denominations bitter enemies. Like in parts of Biafra land, you see CMS person Deeper Life don't marry Roman Catholic. Jehovah's Witness don't have to marry Assemblies of God. Rubbish, rubbish. Why? Because of the religious differences. You know, this one I say my own is unless you come to me, conversion. You trying to call, conversion. They pacified it. Normally, during the earlier time, conversion is through sword. It's by sword. The Europeans, they came by sword, stick and carrot. Either they buy you, they give you, some benefits. If you come, just like the Muslims now, they are doing in our land, they'll give you benefits. They will send you, you go to Islamic bank, you borrow money, don't pay interest. It will attract people. Igbo people, you will attract many people. So you go, so that when you are doing business, you'll be progressive, you're making more benefit. All these are subtle ways of telling you that you are, you are nothing unless you join us. You understand? That is conversion. The situation is more hopeful in the great non-theist religions of Southeast, and East Asia. These religions, notably Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, Sikhism, Confucianism, and Taoism, lack the element of self-assurance and certainty that each is the exclusive possessor of the only truth. There is this saying, only a fool is highly sure of himself, an idiot. A real intellectual, an enlightened mind is always wary that, human beings, I'm not perfect, though. Maybe I got it wrong. I don't know. He's only always conscious of his mistakes, that he can make mistakes. So he questions himself, whether I'm right in this. That questioning makes it to, just like when you are sharpening knife. You are removing some particles of that iron. It makes it more sharper. But you are removing some particles of the iron. So it's only a fool that believes that, John chapter 3 verse 16, he said that, no, you want to talk to him, come on, say, he said, no, Bible says, start quoting that, start going around that cage they place him. It doesn't talk to him real facts, historical facts. You don't even know, you don't understand. Because he is going rigmaroling where they place him. You understand? But a real enlightened mind is always asking self-retrospect, asking himself, maybe after whether I'm right even. It will warrant him to research more, to make more efforts to learn. But the fool thinks that he knows, I'm following a living God, I'm the best, our road is a religion, is the best religion, so without it, he start quoting for you what is that the Geo wrote and said last Sunday. Because he's a compound idiot. That is where they place him. After all, see a rat in a cage. He's always running around busy, but doing nothing. For him, he's expending energy, running everywhere, but he's going only on just few meters perimeter, or a few meters square. But for him, for the rat, he's busy doing nothing. Always busy, running around. But you are just watching him; he's doing nothing. Do you understand me? So we should understand. We should understand all these. So please. One, I want you to come in before I continue, because there are many things to say. Come in before I continue, please.
Of course, Mazi. Ndewo. Yeah. Mazi, the topic today.
Wanda, can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Mazi, can you hear me?
What is happening?
I can hear you, but can you?
Yes, go on. Yes, go on.
Like I started saying, the topic today, which is religion and God. And the topic is...
Please, I don't know what is happening. Yeah, your voice is coming and going. I don't know where the problem is.
Okay, let me try again.
You know what?
Okay, I was
saying... and call back, please. Just drop and call back.
Okay, let me do that.
drop and call back so that I want Biafrans, people listening, to tap from your knowledge clearly, please. And that we must do, because we must continue. Remember, today is Saturday, the 8th day of October 2022. Wanda, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
It's clear, high clear.
Okay,
right
good.
Now.
That did it. That did the trick. So what I was saying is the topic today, which of course is religion and God, and the subtitle is any religion better than the other? Paraphrasing it. The answer, of course, is no. Now let's start with God, which is the main title, religion and God. I will start by saying this: among every other thing you have said, God transcends all religion. I mean, I have made this statement several times, but I'm going to restate it again. What do I mean by that? If we believe in the concept, in the knowledge, that there is something called God, or a deity called God, or a super being called God, however we qualify him, whether energy, God, whatever, I call him Godhead. If we believe in that, and if we are opportune to read not just the Christian Bible, any other religious book, just like you have mentioned, Mazi, I, for one, have an opportunity to read a whole lot of them. I cannot say all of them. The book of Confucianism, Hinduism, all of that, I've been able to dabble into them. And I continue to say the one I lay strong authority on when it comes to studying it is the Christian Bible, because I came from that foundation. When you go and begin to research or go to study them or read them, it will always tell you that this deity, this force called God, existed before creation. And when you go and look again, you will never hear that God created religion. So God is above every religion. I wanted to lay this foundation. Now, what is religion? Religion is the emotional, philosophical mindset of a man trying to connect, trying to understand that which is beyond the perimeter or the exposure of that individual mind. So this group of people will come together, and through inspiration of their thought process, they establish what is called religion. So there's no particular religion that has a mandate from God. If that is the case, which I believe it is, so God has no particular interest in any religion, even though every religion is trying to assess God through their own understanding, period. That's what religion is all about. Why do I make these arguments? I'm going to start by saying this. My religion, your religion, has nothing to do with a mandate from God. My religion, your religion, is determined by two simple facts, and you will agree with me. One, the location where I am born, and my family religious belief. These are the first things that shapes up my religious belief. For example, if I am born in Afghanistan, where we know, I'm using Afghanistan as an example because I know that at least 70 to 80%, if not 90% of people in Afghanistan, they practice Muslim religion, with all due respect. So if I happen to be born in Afghanistan, the chances or tendencies for me to be a Muslim is literally 90 to 100%. Because that is the dominant religion in that location. So most likely, my parents will be practicing that religion even before I was born. So that shapes my religious belief. The same thing, because I was born in the location, in the environment called Nigeria, and in Nigeria you have 50 or 60% of people there claiming to be Christians, and my parents happen to be those who claim to be Christians for practicing Christianity. That's what shaped my first religious understanding or exposure. That does not make either of these individuals, whether the person from Afghanistan or from my location, their religious belief better than the other. It's just that I happen to be exposed to this particular religion by the immediate people that I came in contact with in my life and the immediate geographical location I found myself. That was why when I started in my earlier statement, I said, you may go through the four walls of a university. You are only confined. You can only attain to the structural information that have been set up in that particular university or school of thought. So that's what shapes us. So it has nothing, no religion is better than the other. Now the argument becomes, if you don't agree with me, which I believe if you have an objective mind and open mind, you will agree with me that these two elements are the major thing that shapes our religious belief. And then somebody is telling you, if I do not belong to your own religious belief or understanding, I am going to hell, God is going to disown me, God is going to put me to hell when I die. The argument becomes, if God is in control of any particular religion, if God has set up a particular religion, if God has said this particular religion is the only way you can attend to me, or you can reach me, or can make you righteous before my sight, or can earn you paradise or heaven, whatever you qualify it, at the fullness of your life, then this God cannot allow me to be born in a location with parents that do not believe in that particular religion this God has instituted and stamp marked. Can we think this way? Because he has nothing to do with any religious affiliation. These are the concept of man, and the most important thing why they created the religion is to control our minds, control what we can do, so that we continue to be under them. So religion has nothing to do with God. God has nothing to do with any religion. Rather, the closest I can say is this: religion is a gateway to spiritualism. Now, again, when you speak about religions, it doesn't matter the denomination. They all will tell you that this deity we call God is a spirit. Okay? If we go with this concept, with this belief, if God is a spirit, then I cannot seek him beyond something that is not spiritualism. I got to seek him through spiritual medium. And that is where indigenous religion comes in. Because when you go and look at indigenous religion, it doesn't matter from any part of the world it is. They didn't just play with religiosity. They will open that. The religion will be the portal or the gate that will open you into spiritualism, which will be your final destination if you want to have relationship with this deity, which is relationship with the unknown. That is unknown physical dimension. We got to think that way, because this brings the argument. But Mazi, there's something one or two things you said. Yes, even when you can't go to every religion, they have their, factions, just like you have in Muslim. But the only thing where the Fulanis are gaming us is this: yes, they have their factions, but when they want to fight a common enemy, they come together. An example is what is happening in Nigeria today. The Fulani who is not indigenous to Nigeria, that location called Nigeria, they are not indigenous to it. When they want to work against every other person, they will say, we the Northerners. Remember, they are not indigenous, but they will use the language, we the Northerners. This is one of the caveat words they are using to manipulate people. Because when they insert that word, we, they have indirectly and directly made themselves indigenous to Nigeria when they are not in that location. But then they will describe you, which is an indigenous to that geographical location, as somebody else. They don't see you as a Nigerian. And they, because what I'm tapping into, Mazi, was something that played yesterday in the rerun broadcast. They are telling you it's a project. The question is, what is a project? It's an assignment that you're working on. So they're telling you, by using the word that Nigeria is a project where a Fulani man outside from the whole country, continent, if not the whole world, can come in and it becomes their own. that they have acknowledged that first, Nigeria is not an existing thing. It's a working project. And the whole concept and idea is that whoever is able to subjugate, manipulate others, and dominate becomes the owner of this Nigeria. That's the project they're working on. And if the indigenous people continue to allow them on this project, being co-conspirators of this, at the fullness of time, that is why they want to dominate. They have finished dominating the houses. Remember when they started, it was Hausa Fulanis. But once they felt that they have an upper hand, they begin to separate themselves. They become now the Fulanis. But yet, when they want to go against those who are not Hausas, that they will say, we the Northerners. Pay attention, folks. This is what we're talking about here. Religion does not make you a good person. A particular religion does not make you a better person. Rather, you can make a religion a better religion. What do I mean? Mazi, an example you gave today, and I believe you said in one of your broadcasts, the guy that was arrested in Egypt. Egypt is predominantly Muslim country. But we in Nigeria, in Nigeria, the Zoological Republic of Nigeria, where you have Christians and Muslims, the two dominant religious sects. This guy was not arrested. This guy was not even called to orders. The Christians could not even open their mouth. They know what is going on. Gumi has been coming out, soliciting and advocating for criminals, for terrorists. The Christians were not bold enough to call it out. Yet they're telling you that the children of light, they're telling you they speak the truth. Because they're telling you they are the ones that have relationship with Ancient of Days. They know the truth. But they were not bold enough to speak the truth. He took a Muslim country. I'm talking about religion here, because it has nothing to do with religion. A Muslim country to catch the man in Egypt and indict him back to Nigeria. So if it's about religion, because if it's that your religion is what is going to make you to stand for the truth, or stand for justice, and stand for law, or stand for intelligence, and to stand for progress, then a Muslim country should not be the ones to hold him, because after all, he himself is a Muslim too. But what he's going to tell you here is that the president of this system in Egypt are not just about being a Muslim country, is the rule of law of their country, which they decided to work with, which is superior to the religion in the ground, that made them to look at their fellow Muslim and say, hell no, you are not worthy to use our airspace, our environment as your transitional place to continue to do whatever you're doing. Again, you go to countries like Dubai and all that, they are Muslim countries, but they have embraced what? Modern technology. But yet you have Christians in Nigeria, these are the GOs who are telling people, don't worry about this place, which is called the earth, worry about heaven when you die. But the same people will carry themselves and go to vacations to all these Muslim countries that condemning them before you, telling you that they're sinners, they're going to hell. But they will go there and buy houses. The microphone they're using are made by the Chinese, who do not know the God they're claiming that if only you come through Jesus Christ, you are wasted, your life is meaningless. From the generator they are using to the Bible they're reading are made by these so-called sinners. So it's not about religion. It's not about personalities. It's about laws. It's about rules and regulations. God has nothing to do with any particular religion. Because if God has anything to do with it, then he has failed. Because he cannot be putting people in a location, being that is all-knowing God, he knows it all, he foresees the future, the present and the past, and he knows that my parents are Muslims, my parents live in Zamfara, and he's going to allow me to be born there. That means he has already judged me and condemned me before I even have a chance to make my own decision. We must be thinking in this way. Another thing I want to bring in is this. We cannot continue to be doing the same thing and expecting to get a different result. Never. As a matter of fact, when you do not exercise your mind and think outside the norm in a good way, positively, think what you call outside, do what you call thinking outside the box, you will remain the same person. Because the colonial masters have changed majority of us. This is where Radio Biafra comes to be different. Radio Biafra is exposing us to a different mindset, giving us the privilege, the opportunity, the impetus to think outside the normal norm. And that is when you can do great new things. You can unleash your potential. Because as long as you're doing the same thing, you're going to get the same result. Because if you pay attention, even in scientific world, in everything you do in your life, is those people who take that bold step positively to do things outside the norm. That is the people that come up with new dimensions, new things, whatever it may be, inventions. But unfortunately or fortunately, at the time on this journey, just like where we are now, they are called renegades. But when they succeed, they are not called renegades again. They are given Nobel Prizes. So let us not be afraid to take risks in a positive way, because that's the only way we can escape this genie bottle where we have been, my mind have been capsulated with time. Mazi, I'm going to yield here as we progress. Thank you so much.
Of course, you're on the right track, honestly. In the actual fact, no religion has superiority over others. And listen, the truth is that some human beings are more advanced than others. That is the reality. That is the fact. This advancement makes these human beings feel superior in all ramifications, including religion and culture. Do you understand it? So it is not something about religion. They use God to make you understand, to cover, to put you in a place they want you to be. But in the actual fact, it is them, their hard work as human beings, that are advanced. Therefore, they use their superior human advancement to prepare their ideology or propagate their ideology, including their religions, to others, so that you follow them. That is the reality. This is why we are going back to the root of what made these people to be more humanly advanced than others. And you know what? That thing is enlightenment. Illuminated minds, illuminated brains, critical reasoning, critical thinking, subjecting everything to the altar of reason. That is the taproots of the advancement of human beings. Do you understand? Not about religion, that their religion is superior. No. When we talk about advancement, is advancement in this planet Earth. Do you understand? Because this is only where we know. This realm we are as human beings is where we are sure of. Not where we believe, because belief and knowledge is two different things. You don't believe on what you know, for goodness sake. You don't believe on what you know. You believe on what you are not sure of, because it makes you feel happy. It can console you because of your belief. It is it is a kind of you condition, human or mind conditioning, to believe something. Somebody cannot ask you, do you believe that you have hand? And you say, yes, I believe I have hand. No. You know that you have two hands because you experience it. That is the reality. So when we talk about advancement, it is human beings that advance, brains that made human beings to advance. We should never disregard the fact that self-confidence also plays a very important role in human advancement. Listen, and listen attentively. Self-confidence. Knowing our own history as told by ourselves. Let me repeat it again. Knowing our own past, our own history, as researched and told by ourselves and not by foreigners. Projecting the achievements of our ancestors before the advent of the foreign religion. This is why we should never relegate to the background the achievements of our ancestors as Ekumeku. Do you understand? Ekumeku warriors who resisted the European domination and colonization for many decades. Even our ancestors, the mothers, that rose up to protest in 1929 against the onslaught of the colonial masters. Just like what the Iranian women are doing today. How many weeks now? Going to, is it 3 weeks or 1 month? They are protesting. Even in front of killer Hizbah police. There is something let me digress a little bit. Well, Iran is they are undergoing their political ideology is theocracy. You understand? Ruling by God. So the Ayatollah is the messenger of God that gives command. But there is something. I think that God, they say you should not lie, right? But the government of theocracy, they released the video. Since all these weeks, so the woman, is it Melissa? I don't know, I've forgotten her name. The woman that was killed by the morality police that are fighting for God, keeping people in order for God, like the Hizbah police of the north, those that destroys our livelihoods, alcoholic beverages, that it is the law of God. Okay. But now the Iranian government, they doctored the video. They made an official statement now that the woman died of natural causes of her medical condition, which he had since 8 years old. They show one video where the woman, no person touch her, he just fall. So you see that all these things, they are telling you theocracy. Oh, so God have lied, right? In the form of Iranian government. Because Iran, the government is defending their kingdom of God on earth. The way they put it. I want to bring something here. I'm not mocking them, but let us face the reality. In this radio, we talk about everything. The doctor, because it's a government, they have the unlimited capacity of doing everything or doing anything. They doctored the video. They showed now, they release the thing where the woman, they say it's a woman. Technology is everywhere. They have cutting edge technology for everything. And there are technologies that governments have, but private people don't have it. So in order to calm the heat, they said no. They released a video of where the woman collapsed. I watch it. There is a woman. Now I ask, these people, they say they are running theocracy, which means God have lied through them. Is that so? You see that everything is about human manipulation, nothing more. So don't tell me about, when you talk about religion, it's about human control, mind control, how to oppress people, how to subjugate people, how to put you in a cage mentally so that you give you a standard for you to be running helter-skelter. That is why when I discuss with you, all that you quote is the book of Galatians. Say the book, I just leave you because I know maybe if you are, I cannot say you are irredeemable. If you are redeemable, not now. Why are you always in that cage they put you? Why not use your initiative to go above what they put you into? Go above that. Study, research. Apart from that cage they put you into, make other researches. Read other books. Now you think. Use your brain to analyze issues by yourself. Allow yourself without bias, in order to talk to yourself. That is what I'm soliciting. Now, as I said before, we should never disregard the fact that self-confidence also plays a very important role. I will tell you why I make this statement. In human advancement, knowing our own history as told by ourselves and not by foreigners, projecting the achievements of our ancestors before the advent of of the foreign religion or foreigners that brought their religion to us. Well, this is why we should never relegate to the background the achievements of our ancestors, such as the Ekumeku warriors, in resisting European domination and colonization. Listen, the European colonizers tried very hard to erase our history. Do you know why? Or portray our ancestors as good for nothing failures and savages. That is what the history they told us. That is why they say that, oh, it is a Mungo Park that discovered River Niger that we have been drinking for millennium. Now they come to tell you that it is Mungo Park that discovered River Niger, and they put it in our educational curriculum so that we write and pass. They condition us that, oh, we are, our ancestors are good for nothing. Oh, River Niger is in our backyard, but we didn't discover it. Now, a Scottish man, a British man came from thousands of kilometers and discovered River Niger. And we clap, yes, it's true. Why? They are subtly making us believe, condition our mindset that our ancestors, before the advent of white people, that we are good for nothing. So when you think about it, you feel guilty. That, look, anyway, it's true. So we need to, their own is the best. Their religion is the best after all. So that, let's follow their religion so that we become something. That is what they want to achieve, and they achieved it in us. Do you understand? Projecting the achievements of our ancestors before the advent of foreign religion. This is why we should never relegate to the background the achievements of our ancestors, such as the Ekumeku warriors, in resisting European domination and colonization. The European colonizers tried very hard to erase our history or portray our ancestors as good for nothing failures and savages, and that our civilization only started from the coming of the Europeans to our land. They falsified the history by telling us that Mary Celeste stopped the killing of twins in our land. Okay, these subtle projections made us to always feel guilty regarding our tradition or our traditional culture and religion, and therefore accepted the superiority of the foreign imposed religion as our savior. Because when you discuss with some people, they will tell you, before. You see, that falsehood make you or make us or made us to now accept their foreign imposed religion as our own savior. That without it would have been killing ourselves, eating our own meat. That is exactly what they inserted in our, cleverly inserted in our mentality. And we have been thinking in that box without going out, without knowing our, going back to research our true history. They destroyed everything. That we are good for nothing. They came and they saved everybody. And when you ask people, some people will tell you, no, it's Christianity that made us to learn how to read and write, to be civilized the way we are today. And I laugh. I laugh. Why? Because people are ignorant. Japan proved them wrong. Japan exhibited that different people could develop and advance with their own different cultures and religions. Because no religion is superior to another. It depends on what you want to do. It depends on the way you think. The only thing is to make reforms when and where necessary. Evolve with time. Jettisoning or modifying some old and outdated cultural and religious traditions while replacing them with current acceptable ones. Do you understand? That is only what is needed. And that is what Enlightenment propagated in Europe. To make them to evolve with time, to understand the time, as I preached last time. Understanding the time. When you are enlightened, you are enlightened enough to understand the time. I'm telling you, you will develop and advance. Not like in Nigeria. Nigeria don't understand that. I mean, Nigerians don't understand that they are living in an outdated period. They don't want to make changes because the old system is favoring. The outdated system is favoring some few criminals in the name of politicians. So that is the thing. Didn't INEC cancel? They say the collection of votes should be manual. Whereas there is electronic transmission that should go direct. Once you put your hand votes, it goes to the server direct, and that's it. No rigging. But they don't want it because that old system is benefiting few of them. It's just the same thing like religion.
That's what they're using. That's what one of the elements they're using, or tool they're using to control the rest of the majority.
Of course.
Yeah.
So they don't want to change. So it's the same thing in religious aspects. The ability to change with time, to evolve, to jettison some things that are outdated and stop living in the past. Let me give you an example, please, because I'm practical. According to the Bible, I used to make reference to the Bible because everybody knows. Allah is the one we mostly know. Go to 2 Samuel chapter 24. When you read the whole story there, it talks about the Hebrew God slaughtered up to 70,000 Hebrew men in 3 days. Do you know the reason? Let me tell you the reason. Maybe many of you knows, or many of you know. King David conducted census of his people to know their number. Because as of that time, according to the religion they are in, as according to Judaism, that time, their culture say, their God say, don't count human being. Do you understand? And David, he wanted to know the number of people he's ruling. He asked his commander-in-chief, military commander, to Joab, to count the people, the men of valor, the family, this and that, and they did it. And the Bible records say this displeased God, and God was annoyed. And he sent the prophet Gad to go and confront David, say, what you have done, you counted the people, you counted the whole population to know their number. Why? You shouldn't count them. Now I give you 3 options. Either for you to have, 3 years of famine, or for you to run away from from the presence of your enemies for 3 months, or your people will die of pestilence for 3 good days. And David says, no, it's better to fall into the hands of God, the hand of God. What happened? God sent the angel of destruction, which you can call Satan or demon today. Because you know more than God now, so you are casting angel of destruction as a bad demon. But God is using everything. He's among the troops of God. You don't know, but ignorance made you to be casting out this and that. Who are you? Everything has his own job. It's just like in a family. When you have a wadike in the family as one of the members of the family. Others are gentle. This one is going to school, is a manager. This one is a lawyer. But there are things that will come out. Oh, say, oh boy, come out. This is your job. Oh, put that. Defend all the family. Are you going to say, nah, this one, hey, na demon? So God commanded one of his servants, who is a demon of destruction, angel of destruction, and destroyed 70,000 in 3 days. According to the Bible record, it says he rose up his hand in Jerusalem to destroy, because his job is destruction. Finish, will destroy. Yeah? But ignorantly, you are casting out a fire instead of manipulating and using it to do their job. When it comes to have that knowledge of Solomon in order to manipulate any spirit, because we have the power to do it in this our physical realm. It is our right, but ignorance will not allow you. You are casting by fire. If you are casting by fire, how many years wouldn't have God killed all the demons? Cast die by fire. How will tell you the spirit dies? All these ignorance. So God killed the 70,000 Israelis or Jewish people because their king counted them. But today, is Israel making census or not? I think their current number is.
You're going too far. If you go to the book of Judges, Mazi, book of Judges, chapter 7, and you go down to you read from verse 1 to give you a foundation, you go to verse 5 to 7 through 7, you will see the same God. When Gideon wanted to lead the Israelites to war, the same God told them, according to the Bible, told Gideon, you have too many soldiers. He will mention the number of soldiers he had. You cannot know the number of these soldiers without having a census. So he knew, but God said it was too many. Take them to water. Those ones that will drink like dogs are the ones you will go to war with. And at the end of the day, there were only 300 soldiers. If you did not count, you would not know they were 300. So what I'm trying to inject here is that, Mazi, you're even coming now. Even then, a time came when God allowed them to count numbers. Even when you go, when they began to settle the Israelites according to their tribes, in the Bible, each tribe you have the numbers. They were counted. So again, it's revolution, evolution. Time. Do you know the time you're in? Can you identify the time you're in, man? That's the argument you are making there.
Of
I wanted
course.
to just do light on it.
Of course,
So go ahead, Mazi, when you finish.
Of course, that is what you are saying. To evolve, to change with time, to know what time you are in, to know things to jettison from the culture, from the religion. Do you understand? As I said, okay, God killed because Israel counted census that time because it's still the same God and it's still the same religion. But today, every minute, Israel is automatically, digitally counting their census. Even they know people that entered Israel and people that left. Talk less of people that are born in Israel. They know. So is God, bringing fire and brimstone to them? No. Why? Why did he kill because of counting census? But today he's no more killing. Because it is human evolution, it is natural. That is why when the Europeans tell you, oh, this and that, we are savages before. Tell them, look, you people, we are more savages before. There was a time human beings were cannibals, including Europeans. They were cannibals. Do you understand? They slaughter and kill anyhow. Do you understand? So, but human evolution have made it that under normal circumstances, we have brain to understand more what is wrong and what is right, and to organize ourselves as human beings into decent behavior, irrespective of religion. Do you understand me? You see, aeroplanes are now flying everywhere. Aeroplanes started on record. Early aeroplanes in the early 20th century, from late 18th century, known aeroplanes, aviation objects, aircrafts that fly. From, is it 1903 by Wright brothers?
Yes, you're right.
Said, yeah, they set records for flying, I think, 52 seconds. But my question is, does it mean that during the time of Christ that there was not even car, that iron ores doesn't exist in this planet Earth? Does it mean that? The answer is no. But why we are no cars at that time? They use horses, camels, and other animal cows for travel. Chariots. Why? Because it is still human advancement brain that discovered what has been already here on earth and use it should be mentally armed to defend the tenets of our traditional religion, which was made moribund by these foreigners. The resulting effect is our beautiful traditional religion became stuck in the medieval time. You know what? You said it the other day. We are stuck in time. That is why anytime when any of our, you see our traditionalists, so-called, they will come up on, in order to do, they say they are traditionalists. Many of them are charlatans anyway. Some are trying to learn. Because our people, we are stuck in time. They have to, I have said this, I made this analogy. If you start building a house, you put your foundation, raise it up to lintel levels before decking it. Maybe you leave it there for 20, 30 years. After 30 years, go back to that house. Maybe it will be a garbage dump. Before you have to restart to rebuild it, to continue the building, you must remove the whole garbages, the whole sheets that are being poured there. Criminals that you are using there, you must remove all those things in order to sanitize it. That is what we should do. Our tradition have been moribund because when this foreign religion came, almost 200 years back, they relegated our traditional religion to just be standstill, so that no movement again, no advancement. Normally, we should have been advancing, jettisoning what should be jettisoned, removing things or modifying things. That is how traditions and religions are. That is how they work. In order to match the present condition or the present world. But
you're falling off time.
Yes. But when you leave all these things as before, now when people start waking up, they will go back to that time. That is why you see our people, they come out, they kill na onye na-eme advertise tinyecha WhatsApp ya na Facebook amamawa arịsịọkịja na ọ na-egbu people, ọ na-anata ụgwọ, ọ na-akpata ụgwọ. He opened the corpses of people that have died for weeks or days back or months on social media. And the person will say that this is the way, the way
to promote it as the way of our ancestors.
Yes, the way of our ancestors. Not knowing, the person don't understand that time has changed. That this thing is doing is an eyesore. Children are watching. It shouldn't be like this any longer. The same way God punished the Israelites because they counted, their king counted, made census, counted statistics of the people. But today is no more sin. Is it not the same God? Why is he not killing, throwing brimstone and power and fire? Because God knows that time has changed. So human beings change with time. Do you understand? That is the only thing that is remaining. Therefore,
I put it this way.
Yeah,
Sorry.
let me just conclude before you come in immediately.
Yes, Mazi.
As I said, therefore, mental enlightenment is the main weapon for us to break this imposition of religious superiority, which we have accepted ignorantly. There is no superior religion, rather superior human developments, which every people, irrespective of their traditional and or cultural religion, could achieve in their own different ways. Let me come again. There is no superior religion, rather superior human developments, which every people, irrespective of their traditional and or cultural religion, could achieve in their own different ways. Japan is a life example. The restoration of Biafra shall see us into this type of development and advancement, which we are yearning for. Mwada, please come in before I open the lines. Go on, please.
Mazi, what you just said in your last segment, which was kind of made me, I wanted to interject immediately, is there's something you just said here. I don't know whether you really captured it. I know you do, but I captured it right there. I'm going to sum it up this way. What you're trying to explain to us or teach us today, Mazi, in your last segment, you just finished now, is God, man, and time. That's how I'm going to summarize it. What do I mean? God does not change, has not changed, cannot change, whatever this force is. But man is supposed or is subject to move along as time unfolds. Man, that's what we call it evolution here, whether it's in religion or whatever, science and everything. Man must place himself in a position to cue in the understanding and the trajectory of time as time unfolds. What do I mean? Even when you go to the book of Genesis, I lectured on this when I was in the Christian setting. What happened when the instruction was given to Adam? According to the Bible, it says he was instructed after he was created and put in the garden that was built by the angel of the Lord in the far east. It says, go and attend to the garden. You can partake of everything in that garden except of the tree of the knowledge of that tree that bear the knowledge of good and bad. People have always misunderstood this particular concept from my perspective, and I gave a seminar on that when I was in church. And I tried to bring the attention of my audience to go and look at that statement. If God never wanted Adam and Eve to partake of that tree, why did he put that tree in the garden in the first place? And not only did he put it, he didn't hide it. He put it at the middle of the garden, which becomes where everybody will see it. Just like you said, a house that is on the top of a hill can never be hidden. Follow my thought process here. So this tree was put at the middle of the garden, so everybody can see. So now, then I said, as a parent, why would I go and buy a bottle of poison, put it at the center table of my living room, and tell my toddler, don't drink that poison? What kind of parent am I? My argument I brought at that seminar was this. It was about timing. Adam was supposed to attain certain level of enlightenment before he could partake of that tree. Because when you pay attention, the problem was not the tree, the problem was the fruit of the tree, which was the knowledge of good and bad. Now, let's go back to Genesis before the creation of man, which I call the 6-day creation. According to the Christian Bible, said, let us make man in our own image. What do you mean? So that we can have the qualities, reason like God, be creative, which is what we are talking about, being able to create through our mindsets. So God wanted us to have the knowledge of creativity. But then the word of God says that even though God had the knowledge of wickedness or doing bad, because he said, I'm a consuming fire. But God is slow to anger, and God chooses to do good most of the time. So this is really what he wants us to become. So, but when Adam acquired this knowledge by eating the so-called forbidden fruit, whatever it may be, I believe, that was my argument at that seminar, he was not matured enough to partake of that fruit. Because the Bible said when he took it, his eyes opened, he became aware of things he was not supposed to be aware of at the time. Because he was not supposed to be, he would not have been there. And I proceeded with my argument. Because even according to the Bible, when God came and encountered him, he said, I have partaken of the tree, of the fruit of the tree. And the Bible said the reason why he was kicked out of the garden was because God did not want him to go and partake of the tree of life, which was again in the same garden, so that he will not live forever. Because at the time he partook of this fruit that had the knowledge of good and bad, he was not matured enough. So he was ahead of his time and didn't have the qualities, the things that could make him to have that restraint to be able to carry this knowledge. I'm going to leave it there. let me move to what we're doing. But I just wanted to bring to. We're talking about time and the unfolding of time, and man being able to be in the same time, understanding the time we are in. Like I said, I made my argument the other day. We in where we have found ourselves have been locked up in time capsule while others moved on. So that is the problem we have. So we are not understanding the time, the things of the time we are in. We are locked up, and we must escape that time to be where we are. Now, I'm going to round up my argument today. No, he's talking about ekumeku, and our ancient, our ancestral knowledges. Mazi, on Wednesday, I went to the nearby Starbucks. I'm a coffee lover, though. I got myself an addict of coffee. So I went to Starbucks to drink coffee, and I ran into one of my neighbors. We've been seeing, we never talked, So we met at, Starbucks, and we decided to, sit, on the side and have a cup of coffee and, just try to get to know each other. This guy happened to be a quantum physicist. I'm going to tell you, it's just amazing that you mentioned this today. So, we began to say, I'm fascinated about, wormholes, time bending, which is warping of time. And he was like, who are you? I said, no, I'm a social scientist, but I'm intrigued about this. So he began to tell me what they were doing. He said, you know what we're doing now? I'm cutting this story short. He said, what we're doing now is we are trying to go to Saturn. I said, Saturn? He said, yes. I said, you mean we have already mastered the math? He said, no. We have made inroad, we have made progress. But what we are trying to do now is to be able to launch a spacecraft from either Mars or from moon, because they are going, America, we are going back to the moon again. We are trying to build a path from there, a station. From there we can launch. We want to exploit Saturn. I said, but that's another, you got to escape our own Milky Way and all that. He said, yes, that is why we want to go there. I said, what we are doing now, my own, his own specialty is remember, he's a quantum physicist, so he specialized in nuclear science. So he said, we are trying to use nuclear power to superheat hydrogen so that the craft can be faster. I'm not going to bore us with the details. So I told him, I said, so he said, but he came back to me, he said, how do you get to know about all this bending of time and all that? I say, I'm fascinated. I try to acquire knowledge even outside the scope of my specialization. So, but I said, but if I tell you today, sir, that this thing you people are trying to exploit, whether you call it dark matters, whether you call it black holes, whether you call it wormholes, whether you call it bending of time or warping of time, my ancestors, I said, even your own ancestors, practice them. He said, what the household? I said, let me educate you a little bit. I said, in my own time, from my perspective, from my own place, he said, where are you from? I said, I'm from, so I mentioned my place. I said, I heard from my father, and I believe there are people that still have that knowledge, there are very few in number. Okay, these people were able to do things you're trying to discover from scientific point of view. I said, okay, let me ask you. I said, sir, as a quantum physicist, when you talk about quantum mechanics, talking about an object being in multiple places at the same time. You say, yes, that's one of the criteria or qualities or characteristics. I say, okay, my ancestors were able to move from one location to another location, even though you see them in a particular location. I say, in this place, they induce their sleep. And then the essence of who they are, which is the prana, which is the spirit of man, will leave and go somewhere else and affect changes or do things. Sometimes they transport themselves through mediums, which are like animals or birds. He said, really? I said, yes. I said, even we have people that can do it. And I said, even if from your own ancestral lineage, I said, yeah, which I'm going to tell all of us who have access to Google it. There was a man in America called Edgar Casey, Casey, or something like that. Edgar Casey. He was called a sleeping prophet. He was a Christian. He was a practicing Christian. But this man, at the time he lived in America here, had the ability to heal people. How was he healing people? Edgar Casey will induce himself into a sleep. And then he will move. The essence of who he is, which we call the spirit of man, will live and travel millions of miles and go and effect healing to people, changes to people, surgery, spiritual surgery, and the people will wake up and they'll be okay. I said, isn't that close to what you're talking about quantum physics? He said, it makes sense. And he said he was going to exploit that. So what I'm bringing out here is talking about what our ancestors, they had knowledges. Let us go and study how they fought the war. They were not just physical. Even the American government used this Edgar Casey, I think in the Second World War, to do what you call remote viewing. They were using this man to go and view the camp of their enemies, or the enemies then, to find out where they had their weapons and everything. And then he would wake up and give them information, and they were so accurate. So these were the knowledges our ancestors possessed that we are losing today, which we must go back and revive them and let them evolve, because this is pure science. Because they may not be measurable, which was what I argued with this gentleman I had coffee with. I said, we may not be able to measure what my ancestors did because we had not been able to develop them then. But from a scientific point of view, you guys are trying to discover what my ancestors already knew, but you want to bring it from empirical scientific point of view, so that you can measure the variables and be able to duplicate the sets. And he rightly agree with me, Mazi. So we must begin to appreciate who we were, or who our ancestors were, and who we are, and go back and begin to bring those who can impact life in a positive way, and discard those, which is like what you just talked about, the young man talking about a resource teacher and all that. Bring the positive aspect of the knowledge our ancestors had. Let them go through evolution of time and bring them so that we can compete, just like the Japanese, the Chinese, the Indians, compete with the Western technology on, from our own perspective, because at the fullness of time, we are trying to achieve impacting humanity in a positive way and moving forward as time unfolds before our own eyes. Thank you, Mazi. I hope that I made myself a little bit simpler to understand. I'm going to leave it here for now. Thank you, Mazi.
Of course you did. Before I open the lines, just like what you said, there is one scientist. He said something. He said that a time is coming when science will meet up with spirituality. You call it witchcraft anyhow, spirituality.
Exactly. That was what I was sharing. And he agreed with me. Yes,
it's just like science is coming through this side, spirituality is coming through. They will jam together. The issue of this quantum physics, quantum mechanics, many people don't. It is something that is a kind of infinite.
It makes no sense.
Sometimes the way they explain, yes, it makes can make no sense to you.
It makes no sense.
An object, for particles to be in multiple places, exists. Know, so that virtually something will be here and there.
At the same time.
At the same time. But they are exploring it. So
what science is really trying to do is to reveal that which has been existing. Just like you rightly said, Mongo came in and said he discovered Niger that has been existing. That's bullshit.
Of course it is. So when we remove ourselves from this mental cage which they put us into, we can be able to think further. We remove ourselves from the time we are stuck with. There is no superior religion. That is the point. It's only when human beings think, use their brains, they advance. They advance. And anything that goes with them, now you see it as superior. No, including religion. Japan has proven it. Even China. Different is not only one system of government can progress and advance or has the monopoly of advancement. It depends on how the people, take their turn. That is it. Once you develop, look at Nigeria. Nigeria has no prospect for children, for people that should grow up tomorrow. How do you expect? Just as well as you said, as a child, anything you expose the child to be, he will be curious. Every child can become a genius. It depends on the background, what he or she is exposed to. That is the thing. But Nigeria has no single plan, no plan at all for children that should be, people of tomorrow, adults of tomorrow. They don't have no single plan. Everybody do as you want. They promote mediocrity. They promote only people that are comedians dancing. They romance with politicians. So children now want to be like all these mediocres that call themselves, celebrities that are doing nothing only to follow politicians. How can you ameliorate, your country? It is impossible. When you invest in the people, that is the highest investment. That is why Japan is where it is today. Japan can feed the whole of Africa. An archipelago, or archipelago, how do they call it? That is group of islands that is always tortured by natural disasters, that has no natural resources on their ground, but they develop their brains. And today they are a world, or one of the world powers. I'm telling you. But look at Africans. Nigeria is sitting on every natural resources. They fail to remove, develop the brains, invest on the people, which is the highest resources. They condition the minds of people to think about religion, God. They think that pronouncing God is how you build a country. Heaven will fall, New Jerusalem will become Nigeria. Nigeria will turn into Dubai. That is bunkum. What we are doing here is to make us to think in a different way around. This is where I'm going to stop. I will open the line so that I'll go into some minutes break so that when the lines are opened, people will call and aid their views, ask questions, if possible, and aid their views. Please do not go away. I will be right back.
So we have a very, very, very special.
You already had your reservations towards religion.
I had reservations in kindergarten.
What informed you that early?
They said Christians are the lambs of God. And I know sheep are very stupid animals. So I wanted to be a goat. I realized goat was very intelligent. They went to report to the teacher. I fear it.
You already had your reservations towards religion.
I had reservations in kindergarten.
What informed you that early?
They said Christians are the lambs of God. And I know sheep are very stupid animals. So I wanted to be a goat. I realized goats were very intelligent and sheep were not. I said to my friends, the Bible was written by a liar like me. That's why I don't believe in it. Wow. And they went to report to the teacher. I fear religion more than anything in this world. When you veer away from religion, people think it's because you are not interested in God. But it's the opposite. Religion comes between you and God. I don't want there to be anything between me and God. I want to have a direct relationship with God. All religions say there is only one God. Whether it is true or not, it means Christians and Muslims, even when they are fighting, they are worshiping the same God because they both believe there is one God. So religion is what creates the conflict between human beings. God unites us, but religion divides us. So I like the God without the religion.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Olu province of Biafra land. And today is Saturday, being the 8th of October. Being a Ken, I made a mistake before. I made a mistake by saying today is on quarter. No, please. Today is a Ke, the fire. So please, I apologize for the mistake. Today is a Ke day. Therefore, our lines are now opened. Our direct line, as usual, is +1 213 328 6224. I repeat, +1 213 328 6224. Our WhatsApp and Signal line is +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. You can call us and give us your view. You can even ask questions, please. Do not hesitate. If it's something we can answer, we do. If it is also not, other listeners can answer it, because we are here to learn from each other. I have a caller already on Signal. Let me see. Yes. Caller on Signal. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program. There we
This topic is very, very in fact, I'm very, very happy this night. And first of all,
Can you off your, I don't know, your device,
all right,
please?
all right. Yes.
It's interfering.
Can you hear me well now? Because I'm using earphone that time. So, Mazi Jonathan, hey, my name is Mazi Fanyi. I'm calling from Biafra land. Mazi Jonathan, hey, as the Chikoka Biama Goziegi, Gozie Wada Miriam, Woman, Mazi Jonathan, Eri. Our leader Mazi Nandu Kukalo, Chikoka Biama Goziegi. Ị ga-adị ndụ wee wetara anyị Biafra. Ndị egbugbo anyị Maazị Jonathan, ndị egbugbo anyị Maazị Jonathan, I'm weeping. Ana m ebe akwa ebe from. My grandfather was involved in the slave trade. Maazị Jonathan, ke ka ahụ ga-eji ike ga-eji nyocha ahụrụ. The bottom we mess. We come the knock head. Ike nyisi ahụrụ abana ike Ishi Mpo. Mazi Jonathan, how does that is possible? My grandfather involved in slave trade is due to Britain. Mazi Jonathan, Yeshua, being our Lord Jesus Christ, was about to kill when he was born. But where he was saved is in Africa. But these people, that the Jesus Christ, the white Jesus Christ they brought for us is the ultimate. But they are the one that is wanted to kill the savior of the world. But the Africa saved the savior of the world. Mazi Jonathan, in fact, let me use this opportunity to advise our people. If you don't bring your children close to Radio Biafra, for them to be learning how these white men deceive us, how they make us to be slaves, even in the area of religion, you are doing yourself. Mazi Jonathan, I was born in the area. I'm an area brought up. I could remember the time, if Christmas now be like this, when Christmas period, Mazi Jonathan, I manufacture did not count. That time, Christmas, when Christmas is coming, if you come to our side, you know, there's many knockout banger, and I manufacture my own by myself. I don't buy knockouts. Mazi Jonathan, I build many sorted of cars with the Konko make, with the scope. I build many things. That time, Mazi Jonathan, in fact, yeah, the man who bring this Radio Biafra, for you to know the truth, for you to know that these white men, they are not good. They are not there for our own purpose. They are not bringing this religion to serve us. How can you believe someone who bring this religion and ask you to despise your ancestors? The people who killed and enslaved our people, and later on and bring religion to us, and ask you to believe on them. Let me just make it publicly, because I believe that I'm talking to the world. Mazi, last time I called you, and I asked you that I apologize to my ancestors. My ancestors, I'm apologizing to you people, because I could remember the time, if I went to church or ministry, I would start to saying, Holy Ghost to my ancestors. Thunder from my ancestors. My ancestors can never see a good thing. Mazi, let the world hear me. I'm sorry for my ancestors. I am apologizing for you people. That the people that steal me to start cursing my ancestors, to start despising my ancestors, to start hating my ancestors, they are white men. I'm sorry for them. Let the world hear me. And today I denounce Christianity. I'm a Jewish man. Because Heshua was the Jewish. Everything concerning Heshua being our Lord Jesus Christ, we didn't call him because they name him Emmanuel. He's a Jewish man. He's not a Christianity. How come Christianity come to our land? Who bring Christianity to us? Who bring this Christianity to us and ask us to hate our ancestors? Why? They are the people that make our ancestors to be involved in the crime. How would they are people that make our ancestors to be involved in slavery trade? All these things, is not in our land. All those things, because I could remember the time. If you commit any crime, the land will throw you out. Even if you commit it in the secret, the land will throw you out. People will know what you commit.
There were
But this time around, Mazi, I'm not happy.
There were.
But may God bless you.
And you
May
too.
God bless you, bless our leader. Don't tell that you return the fear them.
There were
Biafra must
Mazi.
come. Or I need a
There were. Thank you.
If not Biafra not come.
There
Mazi,
were.
I beg, good night.
There were.
You know, Mazi.
There
Good
were.
night.
That is the annoyance, the anger, when you found out that the atrocities that you have been subjected into. I'm telling you. And the issue is this. I've been saying this. Exploitation in this world is allowed. Exploitation is allowed. That's why if you become wise first, now I'll go get Togologo. Fighting for communal interests is the best. Enlighten the mindsets, enlighten the brains. They understand this. This is why our leader is suffering for our collectivity. Primitive mindset, we think that this is you are a mugu. No. Why not go and make money by yourself? Only you. We have been making money individually. Where are we today? After all, Azikiwe wanted to be president of Nigeria by all means. It's about himself. He took us, he took the people. Said that he opened his mouth and said that we are ready to be sacrificial lambs for the interest of Nigeria, for the interest of Africa. Why? Because he wants to fight for his own interest only. Where have we been? Where are we today? But if we take our collectivity, our collective interests, die for our collective interests, we are wise people. I'm telling you honestly. It will be good for us. The Jews, Israelis of Europe, they have been fighting for their self-interests or selfish interests for many centuries. But did it protect them? Did it protect them from being killed? Did it protect them from being slaughtered at will in Europe, in the streets of Europe? The answer is no. But when they came now, they understand the politics of this modern world, that you are nothing as an individual unless you fight for your collectivity. That is it. So that is what we are doing. Reviving us. If you are a dead body, a dead Nigerian, if you are a Nigerian, you are a dead body. Until you revive, you become revived. Now you know that you are living. I have a caller or callers. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. Can you hear me? There, whoa.
Marien, do during Channel. A Chukwuka Abiyama bless every IPOB family member all over the world. 5 minutes, someone I remember. Every leader Martin Nnamdi Kanu. We'll be back. Nothing will happen to you. What he said is what is happening. But no matter what, Biafra must be restored. The mantle of the leadership has been handed to you, and you must deliver it. That is the mission, and it must be accomplished. Nothing will change our minds. Nothing will distract us. Those Chukwu Kike Abiyama called, those he called, Okike will lead us through. He'll be back soon. Mazi, thank you for the topic today and your teachings and whatever. You know, religion. Mazi, I don't know if any of you have ever researched about religion. Do you know how many religions we have in this world?
Mazi, it's more than 10,000 according to records. More than 10,000 religions. Different religions.
So why are we killing ourselves? But it's good, this type of program coming up. You know, there's nothing like enlightened mind. There is a time Europe was in this age. There is a place our leader visited during those days. He was starting his mission. A place they call Padua in Italy. Padova. But some people don't know why he visited there. That is a place where the people revolutionize, even the Christianity. People that reason, people that think out of the box. But thank God that people like you guys and technology have made it open for you guys that think out of the box, that think different, not all like that, are coming up now to enlighten our mind. I think Chukwu Abiyama will save us. He will save his children. Protect and guide every one of you, IPOB family members, and all Biafrans. Be strong, be courage. Know that we are at war, but at end, victory will be ours. Do not be distracted. Those musicians you see today, we shall see them no more. The mission is Biafra, and Biafra must be restored. Oh, hey, Biafra, good night.
Almost hey, Biafra. There, whoa, Machineke. Caller on signal. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Caller on signal.
Yes, Mazi, I can hear you loud and clear. I hope I'm coming up.
There, whoa. There, whoa.
Thank you, Mazi, Jonathan. We are all students of Biafra, and Mazi Kanu told us that here in Radio Biafra is where we work every day to learn and keep on enlightening our mind so that we know what time it is. Thank you, my beloved brother, for taking my call. And I want to also thank my beloved sister Marien to also coming in this fellow platform to educate our people to change the way we reason so that when Biafra comes, we will have a better job. This time I ask Kado, please, in no due time, to release our leader Martin Nnamdi unconditionally so that he will rejoin us. Together we shall continue to fight until this promise is given to us, which is Biafra, will be finally actualized and restored. Fellow Biafrans, lovers of freedom, my name is Mazi I'm calling from Austria. I'm by the special grace of Excellency. I am the IPOB Australian National PRO. Mazi, the topic of today, according to what you said, is there any religion that is better than each other? The answer is no. And is religion bigger than God? The answer is no. So the truth about it is that I want just to pick something that you said here. That somebody will go and print out a sticker. At the end of the day, he will say one or two things and give these stickers to his members and say, go and place it on your door, place it on your car. That is going to save you from accident. It's going to save you from criminals infecting your house or so on and so forth. And sheepishly, the people will believe and take these things and go and place them. And I think it's the belief that the people have is what even gives them that courage to do so. But the same person who told you this thing, the next Sunday when he's coming to church, he has 4 or 5 soldiers carrying AK-47 guiding him. Why can't he be the same person to use the same sticker and put it in his own car, driving the car along without calling the security to keep on guiding his life? So who is deceiving who here? This is what we are listening to Radio Biafra. This is why we have to ask this question. And man, you begin to wonder. Those of us, or those of them that will take this courage to ask this question, you will see when just in the same church, we come want to pass for the same pastor that has been deceiving his brain. The same pastor will put a ball on the gun and ask you to pray him to do this and do that. God is going to bless you, that you are going to reap it in heaven. Why the same man is reaping his son here on earth? Driving one of the best cars. His children is going to one of the best schools. He will collect the money and go and build a school that even he cannot allow your own children, even you that trying to sow this money in his ministry, after building that school, your children cannot go to that school. Mazi, who is deceiving who here? This is what we are saying on Radio Biafra. That people should wake up on their mindset to begin to know that this thing cannot continue. This type of life, Mazi, this is why even here in Austria, I love the way these people, trying to push whatever you are believing here. It doesn't matter if you're Muslim or what. You can go there, but don't allow whatever you are doing there to disturb their system. You must obey the law of the land. It doesn't matter. You can go to that room, just close that door, don't make noise, don't bring your microphone out to begin to shout like mad people. Do whatever you want to do there. When you come out, you continue to live according to the system which I have placed down. This is how a country works. Go to that zoo. Every street you will see a microphone. They will be shouting like mad people. When they call these people dead bodies, man, I believe more. These are dead bodies walking in human flesh. Where can we start and where can we going to end? But we must people are listening, man, and we are resetting the minds of our people. I'm telling you, so fast. In 12 years, let me say about 10 years today, that Mazi Nnamdi came on this platform. The mindset of our people have changed, and we'll keep on saying it so that when Biafra comes, the job will be easy for Biafra to know how to shaping things so that we will live a better life, behave like a normal human being, reason with our brain. No more this thing they use the Bible to bamboozle all of us. Mazi, may God bless you. We must continue. I believe what we say, we have no back to go. We must continue to do the needful until Biafra is restored. May God bless you,
Mazi. Thank you very much, and you too. Caller on direct line. Caller on WhatsApp, please continue holding on. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Please go on, please.
Mazi Jonathan. May Chukwu Bikabiyama, Elohim Premi Henile. May He continue to strengthen you for this good work that you are doing for our generation and for the generation coming to restore the kingdom of Chukwu Bikabiyama on this planet Earth, which is Biafra. Mazi, my name is Michael Israel, and I'm calling you from the holy land of Biafra, the land of Chukwu Bikabiyama. That land that Britain and Fulani is still struggling to take from us. But I want to tell them tonight, they can never, ever take this land. This land that Chukwu Bikabiyama bless us. They can kill, they can do anything to stop us, but they will never ever succeed to stop this struggle or to stop this fight of freedom, of Biafran people's freedom. Mazi Jonathan, you know, every Saturday, any day that you come on this holy platform, you enlighten us, you take me to another realm, you and Awada, Marien T. Haider. I salute you. I greet you. I remain resolute for your good work. Chukwu Bikabiyama is watching everything going on. Mazi, you know, there's something you talk about, you touch about these celebrities in the zoo, those zoologians. They're also part of the dead body because they are also. Mazi, you know, this thing even make me, I don't even, you see those celebrities, I don't listen to any of their useless songs. I tell you, anytime I hear their song anywhere, the thing is just like I even block my ear. I don't listen to their song anymore because they are very, very useless. I'm telling you, Mazi, you see the celebrities in the zoo, they are very, very useless. Oh, they are very, very foolish. They think that money is everything because you have money, you have car. You know, there's something with the black person. Okay, so you will go and buy you one gun. Mazi, you don't even know how the person suffer. How is somebody that uses his own brain to build this. Somebody uses his own brain to build this thing. But you will see a black person, a black idiot. Because you think you have money, you will just go and buy. A chimpanzee as gorilla he is. That is the way some black people are. But thank God, Chukwu Bikabiyama bring Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Ipob and Radio Biafra to flush the yama, the idiocy in our brain. Because Wada also says something that, Mazi, you see mental slavery, oh, Chineke na God. If somebody can imagine what mental slavery is, oh, Chineke na. But Mazi, I still know the topic remains. Is any religion superior than other? No, now, which religion is superior than other? Mazi, before I drop, like, for me to understand it very easy. For me, you know, Fulani believes they are killing people. Like, they will come now, they will say, if you kill 1,000 people, if you kill how many people in this world, there are 200 or 400 virgins in heaven waiting for you. Yeah. That is their own religion, that is their own belief. But we Biafran people, we don't believe on that. Even, Mazi, that one makes me particularly to understand that no religion is superior than any other religion. Simple for me, that is my own analogy for my own self. I don't know for any other person. Thank you, Mazi. May Chukwu Bikabiyama continue to guide you
and bless
and
you
protect
too.
you.
Thank you very much. Caller on direct line, welcome to, no, it's gone. Let me now pick the callers on WhatsApp and Signal. Caller on WhatsApp. Thank you for holding on. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir. I don't know.
There we go. Welcome to the program.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam. I remember
Mazi, you know, of late, your voice used to go and come. What is happening? It wasn't like this before. It used to be very clear, but now it goes out, it sounds inside, and it comes out again. I don't know what is it the position, place you are in? Yeah, if you, okay, go on, please, go on.
I don't know if it is okay now.
It's better now, please.
Okay, I said I thank Chukwuka Abiyama for the coming of our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and also thank Chukwuka Abiyama for the coming of IPOB and the Hello platform Radio Biafra. Because with this Radio Biafra, a lot of soul have been liberated from mental slavery. You know, white people bring this religion to bring us down, to suppress us, to make sure that we be under them forever and ever as their subject. But everything have expiring date. Do you understand? No religion is period than other. Because Chukwu Okike Abiyama give every nation the way that we worship him. Simple as ABCD. Chukwu Okike Abiyama give every nation the way they are going to be worshiping him. For we Biafra, we have been a religious people and educated people before white people came to deceive our ancestors. We have our education system. We write, we communicate with the language called Ishibidi. We have been worshiping Chukwu Okike Abiyama. That is why all the name that we answer today is glorify Chukwu Okike Abiyama. But white people came and they deceived our ancestors. Deceived them and told them that all the deity that Chukwu Okike Abiyama give to us, that we use to secure our land, is evil. One of them is Ekwensu. Do you know that Ekwensu is not evil? But because of the Ekwensu and the Alochukwu fought British, they told our people that Ekwensu is evil. That is why today, because of brainwash, our people is casting Ekwensu every day, by from year to year, still Ekwensu remain. Slave mental is the one slave that you can slave anybody on earth. But if it is physical slave, if you touch the chain that is on your neck and the chain that is your leg, you will understand that you are a slave. But slave mental, you will be claiming that you know what you are doing while you are in bondage. So I'm telling our people, Christianity is not our religion. Judaism is not our religion. We must go back to our own. Because some people will say that Christianity is evil, Judaism is good. No! Both of them is not our religion. Both Islam is not our religion. Look around the world today. Those who believe in their own religion, like Japan, China, South Korea, North Korea, Russia, they are doing marvelous work today. China is not a Christian country. They are not worshiping Jesus, but they are producing a Bible that the black people, black Africa are reading today. The factory that are producing a Bible in China give millions of China work, but they are not a Christian. The megaphone and the speaker that you are using today is the people that you call unbeliever are providing it, are producing it. But you, black Africa, what can you produce? Nothing. But you always quote Genesis chapter 1 verse 10, Isaiah chapter 10 verse 11, John chapter 1, rolling around like a rat that put inside the cage. Your ancestors discovered the food that you are eating today. Apple, G, Ede, and the vegetable that you are eating today, and those fruits, mango, cashew, orange, all these things that you are eating today is your ancestors discover it. We must tender apology to our ancestors because our ancestors is a great people. Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, let me give my people chance to end their view. You people are doing great work. Wanda, Ezibo Wanda Iwele, Egypt Namamihe. Professor Jonathan, I thank you, Wachineke. I thank Great IPOP, and I also thank Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. May Chukwuka Abiyama continue to keep you all until Biafra come. Thank you very much.
There, Mazi, remain blessed. We must continue. Let me take call on signal, please. Hold on. Let me also take this call on direct line. Call on direct line. Can you hear me? Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? There, welcome to the program.
Mazi. Aham Kaukwachika from Ubingaba. I call from Kutunu Republic. My name is Chika from Ubingaba. Mazi, today's program is wonderful. I say making sure we keep all of you alive for us. And Mada, I agree to another is for the government of the day from our motherland. Mazi, you see, this religious issue, we not go lead to people alone, Mazi. These people, they don't contribute more than 80% within the warriors. And they will not go keep on the blame Oyibo people. Now we don't know what the Oyibo do us. They do what is for their own economic interest to conquer us and control and keep us down. Now we don't know the reality through you and the radio Biafra. Now it's not left for us to fight and drop this at their fake ideology and stand on our own. Now which people now they do the job for Zoo Nigeria? Maybe our black people. Maybe then they preach all this nonsense every day for developing people. And the developing people, they buy the idea. Things are true, what we say are lies. Now what we do when they shout to Islam? If they say now Arab first conquer us, as our people they defend this ideology of a white man in the name of Christianity. Now say what we defend Islam today. If your brother do something, if you talk against Prophet Muhammad from Arab way, no. You go carry stone, kill him, burn him, kill him alive, saying don't do blasphemy. As it happen for not. Now it happen for our land. If you say that people first conquer us. Now they won't try now to conquer us again after they conquer the northern area. You see? So now if you see this religion issue, man, religion is all about people's way of life. And others use their own to conquer other people because they see say that they strong past. They see say they can do it and go away and nobody will do anything for them. So we not go blame them. We start to teach our people. Now today our people they follow this ignorance every day. They go to preach nonsense every day by that. So waiting to happen. These people for Nigeria, where say them be religious leaders for Nigeria, Mazi. Then they work together with the politicians. We will never leave them alone. We must stand to fight them. This is what they preach every day for the whole city, for Igbo land, for Biafra land, for the same zoo. Even other part African countries, even here where I did. Now, for that white man country, for that Europe where I did, even America, if they go they preach this thing for the streets of a white man country or England, the police people will arrest them. Now they not ask themselves questions. So these people will give us this thing, what would they preach every day by day? If you come to preach for our land, you have the right source to say what would they do like this? Still people never want reason like human being. Then they defend within they know. Then they defend within they know and they carry their help, they contribute, they brainwash their fellow members, their so-called members away, and they brainwash them. Now how do people go to react? Because these people they work with the government. You see? So Mazi, our own Omela and Nnamdi our religion. For Ghana, one station where they work for Ghana TV. They kill a lady for money ritual in one community. Now the constituents of the land rise up, say this is an abomination for their land, and they stand. As they stand, they move to the river in their land. Say They are going there to consult the spirit, let the spirit of the land and fight and hold the person that did the evil responsible and they expose him to the land, that the river must expose that particular person. That is their own way of life. That is their own way of life. The God of their land, as they believe, is working for them. And they said that they have identified the evil people who are doing what their land is against. You see? So, for you to see that a human being controls everything, the spirit that is in that land, without human being going to invoke the spirit and make sacrifice against what is happening in their land that is bad, the spirit can never wake up and get a hold that person. It is human being also that will move and consult the spirit, and the spirit will walk. The spirit will walk and fight to bring the criminals out. That's how things are. Everything in this earth was done by human being. Human being control everything. Now somebody is telling you that God is going to choose a present for you. Then why are you going to buy PPPC? Why do you go to the clean booth and vote? Why do you have an chairman? Why do you compel in that zoo? Mazi, you see why for people to liberate for that zoo, Mazi, as long as this government is concerned, then they work with the religious leaders. All of them, they are doing the same job. They are doing the same job. You see, for people to liberate, Mazi, I don't know, because our people, then they defend this ignorance, then they defend this stupidity. The ideology of the white man, where they give them, now they defend, because I think where the white man wants and where they do, where they defend them, they quote. And if you ask them about, they will now quote our ancestors and their achievements. None of them know the name of their ancestors, our ancestors, waiting they fight for our life. None of them can stand and say, ancestors, this is what they did. They don't know, but then they fight to defend the ideology of a white man, to defend white man ancestors, waiting they fight for the goodness of their own people in the name of their own religion. Mazi, we have a long way to go.
Of course.
Only those where you want more will liberate them, now we will liberate. But those who want perish, then Mazi, then go perish. Then go perish. And they tell you through. Because the ignorance.
I think your time is finished. That's why, because you're calling on direct line. Caller on signal, thank you for holding on for 17 minutes or going to 18 minutes. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mazi.
There, we'll go on, please.
Yeah. Abanyoma, Mazi, Jonathan, Abanyoma, Madam Mariam.
Just, I don't know why this. Go, Mazi, can you go on, please? Go on, let me see. Why this? Caller on signal. Go on, please. Go on, please. Yes. Yes, go on.
Abanyoma, Mazi, Abanyoma, Madam Mariam.
There we go.
Mazi, thank you very much. Before I start, my name is Mazi Joseph. Mazi Joe from Germany. I greet our leader, Nnamdi Kanu, for his great enlightenment that he has given to us through IPOB. Mazi, I'm going to go straight into one question. It's for the both of you. Please, I want you to write it down so that you can give an answer. In Greek mythology, Zeus was known as the father of the gods, and he usually leaves his realm, the spiritual realm.
Can you hold on? Let me just try to do some. Just hold on a second.
Okay.
Mazi, go on now. Go on now.
Okay, can you hear me, Mazi?
It's very clear. Go on, please.
And again, in Greek mythology, Zeus was known as the father of the gods, and usually he leaves his spiritual realm and comes down to earth to mate with women, beautiful women. And the women give birth to half men and half God. Now, such similarities of this kind of event abound around the impregnation of Mary by a spirit, and she gave birth to a half man and a half God. Now, from what I just said right now, from what I just read now, there is quite no difference between what Zeus did and what the so-called spirits gave out. The spirit gave birth to impregnated Mary also. The reason why I'm asking this question is that everything about mythology of the Greek, about the Greek mythology, Zeus, was built around the manifestation of a spirit giving birth or making love with Mary, and she gave birth to a certain Jesus. Now, the other question is, how did a god formulated in Europe related to a certain Jesus who is a Jew in the Middle East? How did the connection come? My third question is, I asked two preachers here to tell me about how the name of God of Europe came into existence. They got lost. They said they don't know. And I now told the both of them that from where I come from, the name of my spiritual entity is Chiuku Okike. And one of them asked me that I should spell it for him, and I spelled it, and I gave it to him, and I told him, go and take it as an homework. Whatever you learn from it, come back to me, call me, I'll give you my number. Mazi, do you know that almost a week after, the guy sent me a message and told me that he never knew of this, that he was never aware of how the name God came into existence. Since then, he has been calling me to enlighten him on so many things regarding our own Igbo religion. Mazi, the truth is that most of our people are like shy and afraid of leaving Christianity because they have used it to twist their brain, they brainwash them, and they don't understand what they've done to them. Bob Marley sang about people, freeing themselves from mental slavery. Many of them don't know what that line means. To be a thinker. That was what he meant. To ask questions, to discuss meaningfully with people, to do arguments. That was how enlightenment began in Europe. They started asking questions. They started looking deeper into things. But our own people in this refuse to do this. Every Sunday they go to church to go and worship the sun god of Europe. And they have abandoned, and they are always casting and binding their own ancestors. And they don't know that tomorrow, when they die, they are going to become ancestors, and their children are going to be casting and binding them. Thank you, Mazi. If I continue like this, I will go angry. Thank you, Mazi.
There were, Mazi. Thank you very much. We must continue. If I may say just little thing. When you talk about myths or mythology, Greek mythology, or Roman mythology, or the mythology is a mythology. Myth is akụkọ ifo. That is what it means. Folktale. Ihe akọrọ akụkọ, the story of tortoise being the wisest king of animal. This is exactly what it is. So it is not confirmed. We have no way of confirming all these stories. So a myth is a myth, and that is why it is called a myth. It is also these myths.
Yes.
Just hold on, please. I don't know who is there on WhatsApp or Signal, I will come to you, please. Myths are unveiled. It's just what is meant for people to believe. It's a belief. You know, like as we used to say here, the story of even the creation of the world as it is told in the Bible and in Quran, because you see, the Bible and Quran, they tell the stories the same way, but little variations. They were copied from an older book or inscription, because it's a stone writing. The story as it tells in Epic of Gilgamesh, but names are changed. So different people are meant to believe in one thing or the other. After all, we Igbos, our ancestral story, we are meant to believe that, our ancestors, the main number one ancestor of Igbo people came down from heaven. So it's a myth. And all those things, they are not out of place anyway, because it is what controls or places people into their belief system, and they start working towards it. That is the reality. It makes the people focus on one thing. Oh, look at how we are formed. Oh, look at the way we come here. Oh, look at, these are myths, tales, stories, legends. It is not out of place for human beings, because sometimes when humans, during the medieval period, if not the development of science and the development of mind and brain to think, to make researches more, before, when human beings start looking for solutions to maybe historical solution or historical facts, asking questions, now you see them concoct one thing or the other in order to how do you say it? In order to close up that research by believing one thing. That story will be told to generations and generations and generations until it becomes part of everybody. So it's not out of place for human beings, after all. But the issue is this: time has changed. Human being has advanced. Using religion to cage us is now out of place. What they conditioned us to be, the place they want us to be, and the conditions us to be in that place, giving us a standard. They provide our own level of standard which they want us to be thinking. They don't want us to surpass that standard. We have the authority. We have the right to say no. We have to ask questions. It doesn't matter how nasty you will feel. It doesn't matter how it makes you feel bad. It doesn't matter how disappointed you will be that, so these stories that we are born into, so after all, it's not the truth, or it's not the reality that we thought it is. Yes, this is a good start. That is what we preach here, because all these things, all these questions makes us to think critically. And when you think critically, we become more productive as human beings. Caller on direct line, welcome to the program. Can you hear me, please? Caller on direct line, please go on. There we
my name remains Nnamdi. So I have like 3 questions.
Mazi, go on.
My question starts from this. So is it scriptural? Because to them who have been rooted in the Christendom, anything, even when they see me drinking my small stout 1759, they will tell me it's a sin. That is not scriptural. So my question this night is it scriptural that somebody will come on the public bus to preach about Jesus Christ, and you have diverse religion disturbing people who want to have their, their selves comported to focus on the journey. Now, is it also scriptural that somebody comes, I don't know how to say it, who comes to the altar in Nigeria claiming he's a pastor, when he sees hardship, he will run away from Nigeria and become a slave in Oyibo man's land, in the foreign land, and leaving his sheep, or I don't know how to put it, his sheep here that he has been shepherding, and he claims that the country is no longer conducive. Is it not against the scripture that you, as a shepherd, or sorry, as a leader, I don't know how to put it, as a pastor, is it not good you stay in the same tight corner with us here that you have been preaching for from the pulpit, and enjoy this hardship and let the prayer solve the solution? Because I have somebody who left the church and is a pastor, overseer, Daddy Gio, and till today he has not come back to this country. He's still there in US preaching those. I don't know how he's managing to preach the same gospel that white man brings to him down here. So my question remains, is it scriptural for somebody to preach? Because when Biafra comes, because one of them gave me a leaflet 3 days ago. I almost laughed at that idiot.
On this one.
He's my father, actually, but I almost slapped him because I told him that next time I see you, you give me this, I will beat you and police will come arrest two of us. Don't ever try it in your life, giving me anything concerning church, because all of you are evil and people are looking at me on the street and they think I'm playing. And I'm serious. I'm telling everybody this thing. When Biafra comes, these people will have to hear it out from me. So this is the little question I have. Is this scriptural for this idiot to be preaching? Because I've never seen any Muslim preaching with Quran or whatever to me. And they are doing their things and it's working for them. If they say there is no restructuring will not work. And Christians are dying hard, telling me that prayer works out everything and it's not working anything for them. So that ends my question. Thank you. I love you. Bye.
Mazi. Before you come in, let me just say something here. Here we are not. I'm not preaching what is scriptural or what is not scriptural. That is one thing. What we preach here is common sense. We make people to think like human beings. It's not telling us what is scriptural or what is not scriptural. That is not my business. I preach common sense for us to reason, think critically, and ask necessary questions. And another thing we should understand is this. It's not a matter of fighting somebody because he's preaching or not preaching or he's, for me, that is not the issue. Why things are going on is this. Because of the system we are in. Normally, in a sanitized society, if Biafra comes, everybody will be allowed free to practice any type of religion he wants. I say, even if you don't want to practice religion, or any religion at all, that is your cup of tea. But what is there is that the government will put a standard that will be respected by everybody, every religion, every human being in Biafra land. That is what we should understand. System is superior to religion. That is it. You practice what you practice, but you don't use it to toe on other people's feet. You don't use it to disturb people. Like what is, Nigeria is a lawless place. It's a place that has no control. No control. It is meant to be like that. Where you work hard from morning in the daytime. And when you sleep in your bed, somebody will just, the little sleep you want to take, Somebody will come in the name of morning cry, preaching the gospel, using megaphone at your window. That, making you to be more crazy. If you come out to talk, please, can you shift there? They say you are an antichrist or anti-God. Dear, this is what we preach. Now, government will make legislations that will control things so that you practice your religion respectfully. It doesn't do on another person's right. You understand? That God, you think that you are seeing that God. No problem. But don't use it to provoke others. That is what we say. One other, please go on. Before there are people that are waiting. Go on.
Sure. I'll be quick. To my brother that asked the question, I'm going to make it quick and simple to build up on what Mazi, Jonathan have said. Okay, I heard you continue to ask the question scripturally right. I think a better phrase will be, is it morally right? It's about morality, respect for each other's feelings. That's the question I believe you are asking. And the argument would be, we must respect each other's moral rights or feelings. And that is where the government will make the legislation to make sure that everybody's individual's rights are respected and adhered to. It's not going to negate, it's not going to take away whatever you want to believe, but it's going to be restricted in the place of worship. Because whether you preach in the buses, whether you go on the street or use the microphone to preach, it's not different from the Muslims or the terrorists that are running around using the name of religion to dominate and kill other people. They're all crusade. Whether you carry arms, you just disturb somebody else's peace, you are disrupting life and you're disturbing somebody. I remember when I was a practicing Christian, and then you have these Jehovah's Witnesses that go from house to house. I had to give a group of them a stern warning. I say, mark my house. You see the cross sign on the door. That tells you whoever is living here at least believe in the Christian religion. So why are you coming to preach to me again? Because I don't belong to your own denomination? I say, why don't you go to the Muslims and Buddhists and preach to them? That is the what I call the deception or the hypocrisy, I meant to say, of the so-called Christians. Okay, so the pastor who is whatever that the GO and now goes to the Western world. The question you ask him whether he's going to come out on the street and preach. He cannot do that. He knows that. I mean, there was a brother who was on Facebook who was in London preaching. The same people that brought the religion
they arrested
to us,
him.
the way of Anglican, and they arrested him. He was preaching. He was arrested because he was disturbing the peace of others. He can't do that. So yes, when Biafra comes, that is what we're talking about. We're not nobody's going to stop anybody from believing, because there's a part of human being that yearn for that, for religion, or to be aware of spiritualism or something like that. You can't deprive people of that. But the argument we're making is this: to let people understand that religion cannot give you the life you're yearning for. Is structure, the state, the government that can give you that development that you're yearning for, looking for. There has been no doctor, no scientist, no developer who can come out to tell you that it was my religion that gave me the knowledge to be who I am, whether you're a rich man or not. It wasn't your religion, it wasn't their religion, it was their mind process that brought them to wherever they have in life today. Everything we have in life, whether it is wealth, whether it is knowledge, all expressed through the mind of man. That's what we're talking about. Religion has its own place, but you cannot impose what you believe on mine, because none of them is superior to each other. That's the argument we're bringing in. And I hope I've been able to satisfy my brother. If not, some other time we take it from there. God bless.
There, one more down. We must continue. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp, you have been there since 29 minutes. Can you hear me, please?
Yeah, I can hear you, Professor Jonathan.
There, welcome to the program.
Okay, Yeah, you speaking to your brother who's the scavenger.
There were
I'm
Mazi.
calling from Africa Sud, Africa Sud in South Africa. I greet my sister Wanda, and I greet you. I greet my leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, a prisoner of conscience. I greet Biafrans and all radio listeners of Radio Biafra. Professor Jonathan, there is a question I wanted to ask both you and our Adawan Natukwana. The question I wanted to ask is, my question is, in this contraction called Nigeria, the zoo, is there any group in that contraction that swallow food wholly, like the Biafrans? Like the Biafrans swallow gare, apple and yam when they pounded it. They swallow it whole, sink and line, the whole in their mouth without fearing. They master the art of swallowing it. And the reason why I'm asking this question is that if it is only the Biafrans, isn't it now affecting the way that we reason, the way that we behave? Because it looks like we are the only group in that contraction that any problem, anything that comes to us, we swallow it whole. We don't chew it. The Oduduwas, they chew problem. Anybody that comes to their way, they pieces the person. The Fulanis, anybody, any other group that comes to their position or to take their land, they will swallow they will pieces the people, chew them. And now, is this not affecting us? Because you know, anything that comes to Biafra, they change it. This swallowing of food that our forefathers master acted, they do it for us to swallow problem, to swallow food, to eat it nice. But now we have turned it to swallow all our problem. Everything that comes to us, we swallow it whole. Because the reason why I'm saying is because we are the only group that have been accused in that contraction called Nigeria. We are the only group that lost 5 million people. And our fathers are not talking about it. Our reverend fathers are not talking about it. The clergy, the religion leaders. And we, the children, when we talk about it, they say we must be killed. Because we talk about what happened to us. They swallow everything. And in this contraction called Nigeria, why is it that we are the only people that help? We are the only people. Harold Winston accused us, he killed us, and we didn't do anything. We are still running to Harold Winston ancestors, going to bow with them, even we accept their religion. Obafemi Awolowo, after our late leader Ojukwu helped him even to come out from jail, he paid him with killing his people with starvation for food. He don't want his people. He wants his people to die for food, for not eating anything, starve his children. Now the Oba of Lagos pay us by saying, he said that they should throw us a lagoon. We hook it, sink and liner. Ahmadu Bello said, accused us also that we are the problem of Nigeria. Everything that we are the problem. And we cook everything, sink and liner. Why is it that we are doing this to ourselves? Is this a food that we swallow? Does it have any effect on us? We know that religion is there. Religion, nobody should argue that. But what of other factors? This is what I'm asking. Because Igbo man, a Biafran, have developed a master of suffering and smiling. Anywhere you go, you know, see Igbo man, no. Anywhere you go, you know, see Igbo man, no. Ayama. But he didn't talk. What is this Igbo man doing in this everywhere he goes? He didn't think that this Igbo man is dying in Atlantic Ocean everywhere he goes. So please, you and my sister, is there any other group that swallow food like we are? Does this food we swallow have any effect on us? That we are behaving? We swallow every problem that comes to us. We swallow it, not even retaliating. And what shall we do? Thank you, because I know what we are doing is what our leader told us to do, and we must. There is no other way. What we want is referendum. What we want is Biafra. That is where I am. Thank you for taking my call. Biafrans, I love you. IPOB members, share my blood. Bye.
There were Mazi. Wada I don't know whether you have anything to say.
Let me take a bite.
Okay.
Mazi Okuzemwiro, God bless you. May Chukwu Okike Abiama continue to illuminate you, enlighten you, strengthen you. I heard what you said, the swallowing thing. I'm going to navigate it from this angle. You're trying to say something unique about us. That's how I'm going to look at it. Even though you use the act of swallowing as an analogy, yes, there is something unique about us. And I'm going to say this. Every body in that geographical location you call Biafra is not Ndibo. But every Ndibo was or is, if we carry today some genetic profiling, you find that that is where they started and they still live there. Some of us whose bloodline have not been corrupted. So what do I mean? Even when you go back during slave trade, you will understand, and there are documents that will establish that what they call the Jews of West Africa were targeted. Even Vatican were advised target them. These individuals were found in the location you and I called the Igbo land. Now, you talk about slavery again. There's only one set group of people that resisted slavery. In fact, they decided to die instead of being enslaved. So there is something unique about us. That is the same thing, that same thing that is unique about us is what these people are targeting, that have been trying to destroy, dislodge, so that they can totally own us. That is why we have become a target. And it should not surprise you why the liberation, the illumination of contraction called Nigeria, West Africa, and Africa as a whole is coming from the same location in the person of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu under the group you call IPOB. All these things are playing at the same people with the same people because there is something about them that the world has been aware and they want to subjugate and stop. But unfortunately, just like the truth, if it's a seed, you plant it, you can only hold it down for a long time, but it must come up. That's what is happening. So there's something unique about us. We have been abused. So what we are suffering now, why it looks like whatever that comes to us, we swallow. This is what we must discover our history. We have not always been this. We have gone through a lot of trauma. So what we are suffering now is what you call post-traumatic syndrome. When you have been abused and abused and abused, you get to a point where you become what you call Stockholm syndrome. You begin to fall in love with your captor. Okay, that's where we are. But thank God that the era we are going is to unravel this mystery, unclog, and bring out this light. Bring us from this genie bottle, so that we can come out and begin to express our innate God-given potentials. There is something unique about us. That is why even in that contraction, they said, anywhere you take an Igbo man, he may be a servant today, just give him time, he will flourish. It's something innate in us. There is something unique about us. That is why the whole world are trembling to have this state or country you will have as Biafra. And that is why our Hamadike said it's going to be the last miracle. Pay attention to statements. Pay attention to sequences. I don't think that a lot of us are really able to decode some of the information Mazi or Hamadike has given. He has said it all. But it's left for us as we continue to study his words. A time will come, his words, his statements are going to be subjected to serious scholarly, learning and unraveling. But he has said a whole lot that we need to understand. There's a reason why, I hear on Radio Biafra, latitude 0, longitude 0. There's a reason why we are located in that. That is the beginning of the beginning. And some people, some of these colonial masters, some of these entities, they are aware of it. The unfortunate thing is that some of our so-called leaders and even some of us who do not understand what's going on, the time and everything and what's going on, are being used as instrument to continue to perpetuate it. But their game is up. The time has come. It's time of illumination. Just like Rene Descartes said, I am because I think. That is illumination. That is the time we are in. There's nothing anybody can do about it. It may tarry, they can hold us down, but it's over. That is where we are. I don't know whether I answered your question, my brother.
And also, I want to add this as we are heading towards the end of this program. I have people waiting. Just as our brother gave an analogy of us swallowing fufu, gare, akpo without chewing. So he put it in a way that it might be one of the causes of our swallowing, pains, suffering and smiling without complaint. You know, I cannot say yes or no about the comparison. But there's something I want us to understand. As Obasanjo said sometime, let me paraphrase him, if you do something you are not supposed to do, or you didn't do something you are supposed to do, you have to leave to get the result you don't want. It's a paraphrase, which means you cannot sow or cultivate yam and at the end of the day you go and harvest cassava. It is impossible. Politics, the right politics, is highly important and necessary for a people. The right politics. What we do today will affect our future generations tomorrow. That is one thing we should understand. Yes, we have our unique qualities, very positive. But the question there is, do we also accompany our unique positive qualities with good politics of collectivity? That is a question that we should ask and answer in all honesty. Because I see that what is happening to us is we take politics of selfish interests more than politics of collectivity. Right from time. It's not something that started yesterday. No. If, like the other day, I read what one of the remarks or statements of Nnamdi Azikiwe in June, Saturday, this thing is specifically noted. This is history. June 25, 1949. 1949. Check how many years now. On that day was Saturday. So when you check back, you see that day is really Saturday. Azikiwe made this statement among others. It would appear that God has specially created the Igbo people to suffer persecution and be victimized because of their resolute will to live. Since suffering is a label of our tribe, how can you say, a leader of a people, that suffering is a label of our tribe? Do you know that there is power in spoken word? Coming from a leader, somebody only say right from beginning. Now you make this rubbish statement. Don't you know that he follows our people? Because this statement makes him to not to be at alert politically for the protection of his people or for the interest of his people. So okay, anything we see, we take. Because it seems that God especially created the Igbo people to suffer persecution and be victimized. Yeah, suffering is our label. You know? He said we can afford to be sacrificed for the ultimate redemption of the children of Africa. All these things he said so that people will clap. They don't understand the profoundness, the depth of what this man was saying. Putting us on heavy course, and the whole world is listening. So that is why I say we should accompany our positive peculiarity or peculiar character with good politics, which we didn't. Or I say almost most of the leaders, political leaders we have, they go for selfish interests. It is a very big problem. I'm telling you, it started under the Nigeria setting. So that is the result of what we are seeing today. That is why I say we cannot sow cocoyam. At the harvesting time, we are expecting to harvest maybe cassava. It is impossible. You get what you reap. I mean, you reap what you sow. So, my brother, what we are doing here is historic. We are trying to educate ourselves on our problems, so things that are holding us down. And the reason is for us to make it right, get it right this time. Our leader came to this platform. He said that he studied our character for decades before engaging in this struggle. He knew that he will be betrayed. He knows that right from time. Because it's one of the characters he see in our people. One of the characters he see in our people. It is not something that started recently. No, it is not. Any person that says it started recently, no. I cannot agree. I will not agree. Yeah, there are saboteurs everywhere, but in our own case, sometimes it looks different. People, somebody will be doing something, you don't know that another person direct, right from time. Just because of his personal interest. That is why we need to change attitude. And that is what IPOB is championing. Because we are seeing that the way we were going into petition, into abyss. So the essence of IPOB, Radio Biafra London, is to reverse, to make us think rightly and act rightly. This is why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is there suffering. How many of us can withstand the suffering he is undergoing? How many? And continue standing. Something that just for everybody, standing for everybody. In Nigeria they say government government property, they carry them for head or you carry them for back. On your wagon, do you see? Very bad. That is collective. It means in our collective interest. You don't bring your head, now use your number 6. Do you see? And that number 6 is what has been worrying us. That is the source of our problems till date. That is why our own people, they are ready to sacrifice us, for their political career. Nambo ko bidron. After all, he said the father of Azikiwe that helped Frederick Lugard in order to sign the shabby or fraudulent to maneuver the kings of different tribes to agree on one Nigeria. That is the reality. And all these things is what we are trying to change. Changing the status quo. Starting from our mindset. Let me pick these callers that have been waiting. There are callers that are calling on direct line that I want to pick. Let me see whether they are there, so that I have two callers. Okay, caller on direct line. Can you hear me, please? Call on direct line. There, well, please, Mazi, go on. You're on direct line. Go on.
Oh, thank you very much. My name is Christopher Nnamdi. I spoke with you last time when Mazi Chinasanworu came, and I asked one question that had to do with our adversaries, which was named Simon Ekpa. And I was concerned, my question was directed to the ESN and relationship which that group was creating with ESN, with Simon Ekpa. I don't think I got my answers, but that question kept China Sanworu real for a real long time, and he made a lot of speeches. And I don't think I got actually what I wanted to, but because there was no other way I could get into that conversation. But let me put that on the side. I am calling to talk about your issues of today, which has to do with religion. I listen to you like I always do. I am going to answer the question which you asked. Is there a religion that is greater than other religions? My answer is yes. I haven't heard anyone who said no. My answer is should I say no? That there is, yes, religion. All religions believe that they are better than another religion. Every religion, there is no one religion that tells you that they are the same as other religions. It depends on, like you say, ethnocentrism, you say religiocentrism, you say egocentrism. The word religiocentrism actually has nothing to do with how one religion is greater than another religion. It's just the fact that when has no failure, she's not the talker keep it one year. In the truth, you can find but you never say that that is in religion. The foundation of every religion, of religions of man, started with one person. There is no religion that is not associated by the doctrines of someone that is not rooted by either prophetic or charismatic or the belief imparted from the words of one person. In Judaism, I'm not too vast with, but I know that Mosaic law had been traced to Judaism, and that was what was the foundation of, not absolute in this, somebody knows better than I do, but I would like to say that Moses was the foundation of the belief of the Jews, and Judah coming from a family God anointed. Then another religion, Hinduism, came from one person called Shiva. And without Shiva, there will be no Judaism. And another one, Islam, is a belief, a monotheist religion. There are three, let me depart. There are three religions, you mentioned that they are all monotheist. I don't accept that they are three. I'm not arguing with you now. I'm not trying to teach you anything. There are only two monotheist religions: Judaism and Islam. Christianity is actually a lot more difficult to understand when you think about theism. Theism in Christianity, God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Ghost, has been for those who went into enlightenment. When enlightenment, like I listened to you a whole lot, and you know so much. So, and when enlightenment came, it became very questionable. That is what we call enlightenment. Enlightenment in the religious world is not the modernization of religion. It's another branch of religion of its own self, where you have existentialism. You have doctrines that, what do? They come to question the beliefs of all religion and what we call our religion. They started questioning it. And one says, like Kierkegaard, I'm sure you heard about the Austrian philosopher they call the father of existentialism. And that was the core of existentialism, based on the fact that Benjamin Franklin said it the other way around, which I am not reading it now. He says the way to see faith is to shut the eyes of reason. So that is where enlightenment, or the world enlightenment came. It branched into existentialism. People who question, who analyze scientifically, digest religion, and go to a point where everything is based on nothing but faith. That if you take away the religion, faith begins where truth ends. So the Bible can teach everything. Shiva can teach everything. Gautama, you know who Gautama is? That's the other religion of the Buddhism that branched out of Hindu. Another one, sorry, I wasn't prepared like you. You probably read quite a bit before you come to deliver.
Okay, Mazi, I don't know whether, can you hear me? Mazi, can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes, can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes, Mazi, can you hear me? Just hold on a bit. Can you hear me now? Okay, now just hold on. Let me ask, because you know, I am on the verge of closing anyway, but I want you to clarify. You said when you start, or you started your statement, you said that there are religions that are superior to others. So that is where I want you to clarify, please.
There are religions that it is based on whose religion it is. There is no one religion that agrees that the other religion is superior to the other one. But it's only, for instance, us, Ndibo, we are far away, because there was a lady who was sharing religious thoughts with you. I listened to her a whole lot. And I'm not about to create confusion or trying to question what she said. And one of the things she said had to do with cultural, the perception of culture into religion. That where you were raised had something to do with your belief system. That is correct. But us, where we come from, far, far away, had nothing to do. We're not even anywhere near to the philosophers that theorized religion. We got it by coercion. We are conscripted, like you conscript a soldier, log. I'm sure you favor this statement. the fact that now so when you compare what she said, now in Afghanistan, the chance in Niger all 95% or 100% Islam. Now is you. Well, what happens when Islam, the Fulanis who are trying to conquer us, or the conquest they have had in Africa or Nigeria, what distance do we have with philosophers, with Muhammad? That's those that have not been mentioned by any of you, because it's interesting to also bring this to show, because I understand from what you're teaching that you're worried about what religion has done to us. But the fact is there was
Mazi, sorry, let me correct this.
Mazi too, I would like to come in here too, because
I know.
I've been listening to him, he's
just
been all over the place.
Just hold on, let me correct something. You know, what we are saying here, people categorize religion. What we are saying here, foreign religion, I say, is there any religion that is superior to others? Our own, we have, okay, just hold on, I'm coming. Hold on. You know, I said, when you talk about religion, it is a blanket thing. I'm talking about foreign religion. We have our religion before or Europeans came into our land. That is what I mean. They manipulated us, conquered us into fighting against our own traditional religion. That is where I am hammering. When you talk about religion as if we are fighting against religion in general. No. It is foreign religion. What is good for them, it might not necessarily mean it will be good for us. What is good for us, it might not necessarily be good for them. That is what I'm saying. So, when we talk about religion, I'm talking about foreign religion being imposed on us, and we gullibly accepted and turned against our own native religion. So when we talk about religion, every place, every tribe, every community, every race have their own way of life, because religion is part of culture. But when you allow foreigners, they come, they impose on you, not only imposing their foreign religions on you, now you turn against your own religion, which means you are confirming inferiority to them. That is what I'm saying. And it shouldn't be. Go on.
well, you don't answer. You also on me, because when you started, you didn't begin with our own religion. I've heard you say this many times, and I believe you. I'm lured into. Even I'm glad that this lady is still sitting there. This woman is such a Biafran daughter.
Is hearing you.
Isn't it one?
Is hearing you. Is hearing you. It will come in.
Yes. So what I'm saying is, when you started this, I knew when you began it. Because each time I sit here, I'm waiting for when Jonathan will come alive. Because most of the things that I hear here were replays. Like one lady, she made a comment. They were replays, and I'm awake, waiting for one day. I'm retired. I'm an old folk.
Yes, you said it.
I'm a father to many of you. So it interests me to hear that 9 were people who, like this woman mentioned about how many year old, 9 or 10-year-old person, the person that only had the fourth grade education. And that's how these white people also grew. We've seen people even younger than that brought civilization, invention. And so I learned all this from you. But from your beginning, I'd like you to drop one out of the 3. You said there were 3 religions in the world, and there would be monotheist religions, and one was Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. I could be a teacher on that. There is no such a thing as Christianity being monotheist. Leaving that aside, now I've understood where you're coming from. You're giving people better I appreciate that, and I'm learning now as you jumped in to say. Otherwise, I happened to be exposed to, went into the classroom, and opted to study religions of man. And to understand any religion at all, you have to know who said it and where it came from. You have to know the principle, that one individual, what inspired them to do what they did, and bring that make what they do a belief that became that siphoned into the cultures, their cultures. So in other words, religion is not even a culture. It becomes when the belief from what they heard from someone who is a superhuman is almost godly in their perception. It spreads, and it becomes cultural to them. And so what I'm saying is, and then to help other people to hear what you're saying, is that the only religion that doesn't have, all of you, the lady said, I'm sorry lady, your name is, I didn't write it down.
I don't know.
My name is Marien.
Mazi, can you
My name is
allow the lady to come?
Yes. Hold on, Mazi, please. My name is Marien. My first name is Marien.
Are you hearing her, Mazi? Okay, just hold on. Hold on. She wants to come in. Hold on. Let her speak, please.
Yeah, my first name, good evening, sir. My first name is Marien, Marien, and my last name is Haider, Haider. Okay. Before I proceed, welcome to the program. I would like to ask, because I want to have a clear answer before I start, a clear, answer from you before I proceed.
It seems, he's gone. I don't know. Let me try to bring him back. I don't know.
Try to bring him, because I would like to answer, get him clear before I begin to answer. I wouldn't want to answer nothing sure.
Let me try. I don't know. I don't know why. Let me try. We must continue. You know, this is a family radio. This is a community radio. We are.
So I was connected at one.
I don't know. Mazi, can you hear? Please hold the line. Hold the line. She is talking. She wants to come in, please. Can you hear me? Okay. Wanda, go on, please.
Okay. So, sir, I would like to hear from you. Are you saying that there is a religion, or there are religions that are more superior than others, or superior than others? And if your answer is yes, because I'm trying to understand, because from my perspective, you are saying a whole lot of things at the same time. So I want a clarity on this. If you believe that, can you name those religions or that religion before I proceed, please, sir?
Let me make a statement before I answer. I give you the answer again. There is what we call ethnocentrism. Ethnocentrism is, for those who understand ethnocentrism, it's blinded. That's a statement we make, that ethnocentrism blinds us from thinking that any other culture is better than our own. That is what religion, for the birth from whoever brought that religion, everyone who believes in that religion, there is no one of them who would, like you or me or Jonathan, would ever open their mouth and think that another religion is better than their own. So the answer is no.
Okay.
There is
that is my confusion, because that's what we are treating. We are saying that no religion is superior to any other one. It depends on the perspective of the individual. From my perspective, if I belong to Christianity, I would say it is ultimate. Muslim person says it's ultimate. So we are saying the same thing we are saying. So I'm trying to understand the discord. But moving forward to answer, because you invoked me what I said, I want to ask you a question, sir. If you were born, say 400 years ago, or if, let me say 500 years ago in Biafra land, I don't know where you're from, but I believe you either from the location called Nigeria, or some in West Africa or Africa. But if you are born like 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago, before Christianity was introduced to that location, what religion do you think you'll be practicing at that time if we go back in time?
Well, I don't know. The line is off again. It's a very, I don't know.
Let me make my argument because you
just go on, please. Go on.
Because what he said that I said, which is what I said, that locations is a very strong factor to the religion you practice. I stand by it. That was why I had the argument. Time and location, yes. He's talking about Christianity now because wherever location he's born or wherever he is, that's the trending religion at the time he was born. And that was what he has to embrace first. Time and location. If he was born 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, even when is this Christianity? When did it come? People talk about all this religion. How old is Christianity?
In our land.
How old is Hinduism?
In our land.
How old is all this? None of them is 1,000,000 years old. But we must understand that these people have been existing on this surface called Earth 1,000,000 years back, more than that. So the argument becomes trying to ask, help him out. If he was born in time back, he never heard about Christianity. He never heard about Judaism. Never practiced in his location, wherever he was born. Is whatever religion that was trending, happening at that time, is going to be part of. It wasn't his choice. It wouldn't have been his choice. It would have been because that's where he found himself. That's the same argument I'm bringing forward. I became a Christian because I was born in a location where majority of the individuals practice Christianity, and my parents happened to be one of those. That became my religion. It was not my choice. I didn't even know what it was. It was when I began to think, then I began to make researches, inquiries. I realized that if I was born in a different place, a different time, I would have embraced the religion there. If that is the argument, which is a statement of fact, and then we want to say that God, remember the argument is, does God have a preference or did God create religion? The answer is no. Religion is the concept of man, which himself agrees from what he's saying that religion, every religion is started by an individual through inspiration, whatever you call it, that's their philosophical view. That's why I said he's been all over the map. I'm trying to understand what his disagreement is. I'm not really seeing it. So if you believe that, it has nothing to do with the concept of God. It has nothing to do with it. And then if every religion again believes that there is this super being called God, and then you want to tell me that he has chosen a particular religion, we make that religion more superior than the others. So this God has made a conscious decision to allow me, who have no control of where I'll be born, location of where I'm going to be born, or the parents are going to be my parents. I don't have control. And then allow me to be born in this location through these parents to be a member of this religion, and I may not be able to escape it. He has already judged and condemned me before I have a choice. It doesn't make sense. And if it doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense. So God has nothing to do with any religion, nothing whatsoever. Religion is the concept of man, and that's what we have been preaching. We say today, and even all the things he tried to come back to say, I'm still trying to fish out where is the disagreement. I'm still cannot find it. Anyway, but I enjoy his contribution.
Of course, I don't think there is no disagreement anyway. It depends on the way he puts it. It's a pity that he's off. I try to bring him in, but
because the argument is making, nobody will agree that their own thing is not okay. If nobody will agree, are you saying that people are saying that their own is better, but at the fullness of time there's a religion that is better? That's what I was trying to hear from him, and that was why I said, can he tell me that religion that is superior, or that religion that have access to what? To God, have a mandate from God, or God? There is none. As we continue to evolve in new era, there was a time nobody talked about whether it's Christianity, even though Hinduism is one of the oldest religions. It has a starting time.
Of course.
Yes. So the argument becomes before that
one
time,
of the oldest religion on record. On record. So before that time, maybe there was no record, but there was religion.
And even all these concepts have been there. If you go to the ancient religion, it has been there. He talked about the law and Moses, the law and Moses, and the Yahweh and the God of Israelites. The religion of the Egyptians superseded that. Moses was trained in the house of Pharaoh, and if you go to the book of the dead, of the Egyptian book of dead, you will see that all the commandments, All the so-called commandments you have in the Old Testament, you will see them in the book of death, in the Egyptian book of death. You will see them there. So what are we saying? Every culture copies the same thing. There are fundamental laws, rules of, you can call them that, moral laws that every culture have. They just express them through their own understanding. That does not mean that their own is superior. It's according to your geographical experiences, locations, and what people believe is a moral standard. But again, we have something we call universal principle and laws. You call it the golden rule. I'm going to rest here, Mazi.
There were caller on signal. You have been waiting since over 1 hour. Now, wow. Mazi, welcome to the program.
Brother Jonathan, and good evening to you and to our sister Miriam, and good evening to Biafrans and lovers of freedom. My name is Sifan Chukwum Madabuchi, and I'm calling from the Kingdom of the Netherlands. My brother, before I go into the topic of the submission tonight, the announcement. The IPOB in the Netherlands, we are calling all IPOB family members, all Biafrans in the Netherlands, and the lovers of freedom to come and join us on the 15th of October, that is 15th October, for our ESN support program, that is ESN fundraising. The time is 3 p.m. Central European Time. That is 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The venue is Charity House by Madref 1239. That is by Madref 1239. That's the address. The postcode is 1103 Tango X-Ray Amsterdam. The postcode is 1103 TX Amsterdam. And please, for information and directions, please call +31 687 902 075. +31 687 902 075. The second number is +31 644 849 174. And I repeat, +31 644 849 174. If you are coming with public transport, stop at Ganzenhoef metro station. That is Ganzenhoef metro station and bus stop. Thank you, my brother, for the chance to make this announcement. And I want to touch some people who spoke in your program before, when I was listening. Obuzo Nwilo, our brother, the scavenger, my fellow scavenger in South Africa. The Yoruba people swallow eba and they swallow pounded yam. I lived in Ogun State in my younger years, and I was very familiar, very tight friends I had with Yoruba boys. Sunday, he lives partly in my house, and the other way around myself. So they swallow and pounded yam, albeit with a very oily soup and oily egusi soup as well. And coming to our brother, Ndana Mado, it is scriptural to drink wine, to drink whatever your small stout. Remember the first miracle Christ did? It was turn water into wine. The only but there is that don't get intoxicated. And I come to our elderly man who just spoke, the last. Christianity is monotheist religion, in that Christ, Yeshua, the originator of Christianity, believed in one God, the Creator. Because when his disciples asked him to teach them how to pray, he said, "Pray then like this: Our Father who art in heaven." And there's no gain saying that he was a Jew, and therefore his people believed in one God. So if there is any Christian denomination that have God of the Father and Son and the Holy Spirit, that will be a deviation from what Christ believed. And we don't have to go into the argument of that, but I just want to stress this. And so the question you asked in your submission, my brother Jonathan, was is there a religion that is superior to the other or something like that? The question is no again, because if, as our last caller said, that nobody will believe that theirs is inferior to any other, so the reasoning, the logic then will be that none is superior to the other. And so our ancestors worshipped Chukwu Okike Abiama, and they created grassroots democracy and created our system that our ladies were being in a position of leadership even before the women get the right to vote in Europe. That will tell you that we had a civilized and developed system before the invasion and conquest of our land. And so we come to Yeshua Christ. He was born, lived, and died a Jew. So for some Christians to say you cannot go to heaven if you are not a Christian, which means Christ is not in heaven and will not go to heaven. So that I'm saying this to stress that no religion is superior to the other, and nobody should assume the capacity of God to judge who goes into heaven or not, because that is his house. He determines who goes in there. So, and then we come to how nations create things for themselves, or rulers make things for their own benefit. Emperor Constantine of Rome changed the day of worship from Saturday to Sunday. The question is then, why? Is it from God? No. It is for convenience for him, because there were Christian adherents in his kingdom, in his empire, and he wanted to inculcate them, assimilate them in his pagan worship in Rome, in Roman Empire, and therefore he said these Christians, in order to maintain peace, should start worshiping on the day the pagans worship their sun god. So by about 321 AD, he gave a decree that no more Sabbathization or worshiping on the Sabbath. So by 361 AD, it was like every worship was on Sunday, ab initio. But it was not. It was on Saturday, even 300 and something years after Christ. So the Europeans and the Americans make changes in the world economy, in the world system. Is it act of God? No. It is to suit their system. Remember that capitalism was the watchword, the best system during the Cold War, or before the Cold War and during the Cold War. After capitalism, what they call globalization followed. What is globalization? It's a company, a foreign company, we come into a land, take the resources or buy it, and then process it, sell it, and then pay tax to the state. And you know that before the tax is paid, they use pig to do the job to to reduce the amount the state gets, and that is to make gains. And then after globalization, they bring what is structural adjustment. Structural adjustment is just to get you by the IMF or World Bank to get a country to devalue their money. And once you devalue your money, the mineral you have to sell will be cheap for the foreign country who is coming to buy. This is manipulation of the system. And then the same people now, for their own gain, because they see that the system they have set, they are deep in debt. I mean, they are indebted, and like most countries, and the system they've set is getting weak. They want to reset it. What is reset? They want to coin another system they call world order in order to still put them ahead. So why do they do that? Because they see that if the system that we have now continue, of course, some of them have debt that they cannot pay themselves. So they want to reset the system in order to still to maintain the control and be at the head. That when an African country wants to borrow, you pay 15% interest, and somebody in their league come to borrow, they pay 2%. We have to think and be, have the capacity to reason in order to effect change in our lives and in our environment, and that is the promise of Biafra. God bless Biafra. Good night, my brother.
The woman say thank you very much. I have a caller on WhatsApp that has been there for 52, almost 1 hour, 52 minutes. Caller, please, you are the last caller. Make it as brief as you could. I beg.
Okay.
We are here now going to 5 hours. Go on, please.
Mazi Jonathan, the last but not the least.
Of course.
No matter there's no more time again, but I want to really understand this. In the scripture, Peter was the first apostle of Jesus Christ, according to what they read. And after Jesus Christ has lived and finished his work here on earth and the man they call Saul, later become Paul, now came on his own and start changing things, giving some analogies, and he did not see Jesus Christ. Peter, that the one that sat with Jesus Christ, that can keep the story of Jesus Christ, this man now come and overshadow him. Now, in some places like circumcision, he now said, whether circumcision or no circumcision, that it will not stop you to inherit the kingdom of God. If there is anyone, I don't know whether they understand where I'm going. If there is anyone, why I'm saying this is that people that has been with our leader in a town hall meeting, people that have been with our leader in a town hall meeting, when our leader we are going around telling us what is going on today, passing the message to us, and somebody will come from the back door and start to try to tell people that our leader told you so thing. Well, he has never seen our leader or been with our leader or listening to the message of our leader. That corruption that is Christendom today is what they are trying to bring into what we are doing. I just use Peter and Saul to do one example, but what I'm saying, that circumcision that God gave to Abraham is a commandment that Paul now came and said that those things does not matter. That whether you circumcision or not, that those things does not matter. I don't know if time will be whether you will try to say something about that issue. That he dream, the person that dream and the person that sees something physically, I don't know if they are same. God bless you.
The woman say, before Wanda will come in order to also continue to her closing remarks, let me just drop this in what you said. You know, yes, Wanda, you will come in. You will come in. You know, when you come to whether question of Peter and Paul, the story of Peter and Paul, and how what was depicted in the Bible, let me say this. Many people wrote something down right from BC, before Christ, towards Christ, and immediately after Christ. Many things were written because the people that time, they understood the art of writing down history. Everybody writes down according to the information he has. Yes, according to when we go through the writings of the Bible, Peter was there. Many other people were there also. You can see that even on the account of Christ, there were almost 30 years of silence, no history, nothing written about Christ. Some people used to
Yes, it
ask,
was 500 years.
no, I mean 30 years of Christ's life.
Oh, okay.
Nothing
Sorry.
was written. No person know what he was doing that time.
Yeah.
You understand? So it's only when he was 8 and according to the story, he made miracle, this and that. But silence. But he was living. No story. No history. Or there were history which there were stories, but they hid it. Because all these things we are reading, he went through many editions. People edited it. Just like they used to edit mainstream media. Before they bring out news, they will check out, is this thing good for the public? No. Turn it like this. No. Remove this. No. Put this one. Add it like this so that it will be palatable for the people. So that it will not cause embarrassment to us. So that it will not, demonize these politicians. So that, they edited it, they edit story. Or stories you hear on channels, television, or mainstream media. To the extent that now they bring out to you to mold you. That is the same way they edit all these things, because there were many accounts of what happened. Maybe that 30 silent years, there were many things written that time concerning it. But they say, no, this one is no good for our religion. RbL. They remove it. They burn everything.
Peter, some of the books they call apocryphal.
Yes, they use one pretext because they have the power. They are in charge. The thing passed through them before it comes to the masses, before it becomes common, before they digest it to the way, from ordinary starch, it turns to the end product, glucose, so that people can be able to absorb it. So they worked on it. That is what people should understand. So because there are many things, many secrets they don't want you to hear. Many things they don't want us to hear. They want us to hear.
It's still happening in churches today, in religion today. A lot of secrets
What
people don't know.
they want us to hear is what they allowed to be printed and circulated to everywhere. So that even all this Bible, this Quran, I was wondering the other day, when you put a Bible in your mobile phone, for example, you download it. Okay, you use internet to download, but while reading it, doing anything on the Bible on your phone, you see that you don't need even internet. When you are offline, you can still have access to any part of the Bible in your mobile phone. And I was wondering, I said, but any other book, science books, even for you to download, you have to pay because it gives knowledge. You have to pay. When you pay, you order, even before opening it, you must pay, you must use internet connection. All those things starts giving me ideas. All this one, they don't want just is free gift. Take because they want to saturate everywhere. That is the same way. All these things they write, all these write-ups, the way they edited it. Oh, after King James, after 1,600 years, another edition. When you say King James version, edition of this, dual version, it's a version or it's edition. Somebody in charge also edited his own, added something he want to
authorized
add.
it and they're still making money out of it.
Yes, revised standard version. They edited it. They remove things, the words they want to remove, put their own they want to put, and bring it out. It becomes revised standard version. It becomes King James version. It becomes New International version. It becomes different versions. The way they want you to read it and understand it. You understand? So when you come to all these accounts, there were many things written by different people or eyewitness accounts. Every account, the brakata. But it is for all the people that we are in power. As is it one our brother said, the Romans, they were very smart. That is part of this enlightenment. They were smart. They saw this religion as a weapon, which will be beneficial for them. Now they took it because they were in charge in that time of the world, in that era of the world. The Romans were in charge as a powerful government conquering, just like as you have America as a superpower now. That is how anything they want, they can do. After all, they remove Saddam Hussein. Who questioned them? They gave him a bogus allegation that he has weapons of mass destruction. After killing him, after Britain, what is the name of Tony Blair said, no, we lied. But somebody that has died. He's gone. Okay, I resign. What is your resignation? The Bush say, okay, we lied. Okay, no, it's not entirely true. The country has been scattered. So are you going to reverse it back? Because they are the superpowers. You understand? It's the same thing that the Romans did. They were in charge because they were the superpower that time they took the religion from the original and doctor it their own way, introduce it to the world, and that is what they use as one of the weapons, main weapons of indoctrination, conquest, every part of the world. So that is the reality. One other, please go on and towards your closing remark before I conclude. Go on, please.
Yeah, I'm gonna be brief. You know what you just said now. The brother that earlier on asked the question, when that edict was done in Rome, and from being indigenous religious people, or you call them pagans, then that king gave that edict, and people now were forced to become Christians for his own personal motivation, because he was trying to unite the people, use Christianity as a weapon of tool to organize. And the edict was passed. Now, those who were pagans were now being persecuted. The table turned around 180 degrees. So I'm still answering that brother's question. Most people, if not everybody that were born after that edict, were Christians. They did not become Christians because God told them to become Christians. They became Christians because that was the trending thing, and there was a law that forbade anybody from becoming any other thing. You were going to be persecuted. So I'm answering that question. So to my brother who just spoke now, I understand what he was trying to say, but put it in an interesting way. I chuckled. Yes, even in somebody like one of our legends, Osadebe said, "Nkem furunanya bụ eziokwu, nkem nọrọ na ntị bụ asị." That is what my brother captured right there. So you're telling me that somebody who was with somebody heard from him one-on-one, drank with him, ate with him, embedded with him, somebody who came afterwards is the person that's going to tell you a better story or define or describe that individual or the mindset of that individual better than the people that embedded with him. That's the fallacy, one of the fallacies of the Christian religion. Whether people like it or not, that's the truth. Because these people, Paul, even according to their Bible, Yeshua said, Peter, it is on you that I'm going to build my church, and the gate of heaven will not prevail. But now, somebody who came afterwards, now is the person that has a better understanding. I know where my brother is going. That's what they try to do in IPOB. Okay? Somebody walked from nowhere. People who have been with the project, heard from the man himself, the person that had the vision, the mandate. Listen to him, walk with him, ate with him. There were secret things that some of us may never know that Mazi said, except people like Chike, people like Mazi Moru. I'm not bringing, I know I'm bringing them into this program now because of what this my brother said, because I know where he used that thing to go, you know. So that is why Mazi said, if there are 3 secrets, there's one only me know, and there are 2 other people may know, and there are, you know, if general public may know 1, but I know the whole 3. But out of those 3, I will only release 1 to the larger group, 2 to a smaller group, and the whole 3, that's one only me is holding. And somebody who has never been had even any of, is not part of these particular groups, will come out to tell you that all these groups know nothing except me. That's the fallacy, and people are buying into it. So my brother, I hear you. I heard you very well. He tells you that people are not reasoning. He goes back again. Yeah, the only thing that makes us different from animals is because we have the ability to think, rationalize, argue, debate, which is what we're doing here. And that is why one of the greatest philosophers that ever lived, René Descartes, said, I think because I am. I am alive. I do exist because I have the ability to think. Animals do not have the ability to think, rationalize the way we do. They have instinct. They move by instinct. There's a reason why that force you call God, that energy you call God, allowed us, gave us that little extra genetic profile that makes us to be able to reason. That's the only thing that puts us higher than animals. Other than that, we are animals. So anytime we refuse to make use of that particular genetic profile, we are nothing less than, we are nothing but like animals. Because you want to tell me animals do not have the ability to organize religion. Do you think that really God wanted everybody to think, to have a particular religion? He would have made us to everybody to think the same way. There would have all the philosophers, all those who got inspired about religion, he would have made them to be inspired the same way. If God says this particular religion is how I want you guys to behave, he gave us free will, freedom to think, to be able to create things. That's what this entity does, or what he has done. And we must be mindful that before this religion, I'm going to direct that, my brother, with all due respect, go and read the Epic of Gilgamesh. Then you tell me how many thousand years ago that story is telling you. Who inspired them? People who were born in that era, they worship, they practice those religions. Does it mean that we are better than them? Then if you're telling me that because they were not born in the era of Christianity, they are going to go to hell, why then did God allow them to be created at that time and did not inspire them and did not bring Christianity then? What kind of God can he be? Religion has nothing to do with how far I can go in life. Nobody can come out and tell me it was my religion that inspired me to become. Even those in religious settings, even the so-called pastors and ministers, let me use Catholic Church, because I know Catholic Church Reverend Fathers are one of the highly educated individuals. But their education is what places them where they are, or whatever achievement they have acquired. Not because they're just Catholics. No, it's not because of their religious belief. They go to school, they acquire that secular knowledge to become who they are. So religion cannot give you invention. Religion cannot bring you to the new frontier of technology or science. Do we need religion to pacify that emotional part of our human being? The argument is yes. But can it take me from here to the moon? No. Can religion be the thing that will make me to invent things that will better my life? The answer is no. Because God has given me everything I need to exercise that mind, to be creative and bring out those things through my mind, process that will make my life comfortable or not. All the powerful or renowned scientists from Isaac Newton, Albert Einstein, go and check them. They were practicing Christians. You have Muslim philosophers, you have Muslim scientists that came with great inventions. It was not their religion that gave them the ability. It was just because they were able to exercise their mind. And they came up with things that benefited mankind. I'm going to rest my case here today. And thank you all for listening. Thank you, Mazi, Jonathan. It's always a good time for me, a great time for me when I come on this platform. But not this that I'm only able to speak, but I'm able to learn a whole lot. Especially when I listen from you and I listen to our callers. They bring in marvelous, thought-provoking ideas and topics, just like my brother that just spoke, even my brother that spoke before this one. We continue to explore, we continue to grow as one body, continue to sharpen each other, continue to rub minds and learn from each other. I will say good night to everybody and God bless. Until we see again.
There, one more. Thank you very much for contributing your quota as usual, because we learn from each other. Biafrans and lovers of freedom, we have gone over 5 hours in this broadcast, and it is worth it. What we preach here is common sense. It is common sense that woke people up, made people to start reasoning. That is the starting of the era of enlightenment in Europe, which started the chain reaction that you are seeing today in Europe. Positive changes, people asking questions. Before you can ask questions, you must have brain. I could remember during our primary or secondary school days, some people in the class, hardly they ask questions. Hardly. I know of some. These are the people at the back. When result comes, you teach you, they don't stand, they don't catch anything, because they don't ask questions, because they don't even know what to ask. Do you understand? But when you see bright people like us, you see they ask questions. I could remember during my secondary school days, one of my teachers, when the time he entered the class, he will call me up and say, I don't want a question from you, please. Because sometimes I can even ask him question on the subject, the topic he never teach, which will knock him off stage. He said, anything, you come to me privately, I will treat you privately. I will treat with you privately. So what am I trying to say? The ability to ask reasonable questions is what stimulates us as advancing human beings. Animals, lower animals cannot ask questions. Do you understand? The asking of, you see a child, a baby, when he start talking from papa, mama, 2 years, anything you tell him 2, 3 years, he shake head, yes or no, shake head, yes or no. Just making small, blah, blah words. Now, until going to 4, 5 years, he start talking clearly. Some talk early anyway. Now, you see, the things they bring, they are talking, so also they are curious. They always ask questions on everything. I don't know whether you understand. Do you know why? Because their brains, they want to know. Their brains are now coming, being organized as human beings. So even if they see color of your seat, why is this television black? Something you think is common, but they want to know. Because they are entering life new. It shows that they are growing. When we accept the status quo. Just like that, always. Every time I say amen, let us ask questions to advance. That is it. Reasonable questions that we make, constructive questions that should make us to advance. This is what the Europeans did. We never stop preaching this because this is the bedrock of the European advancement. The bedrock. Before, the Europeans were zombieing like us, like Africans, using religion, believing every time. They were in the era of belief. But the time came, arguments were being, discussions were being, raised up. Now people start thinking. It struck people's brain on something they don't even, they close them religiously. They use religion to close them, not to think about it. No, leave it. No, leave it. The earth is the center of the world and the sun and everything is rolling around. But people start asking questions. Is that how we are going to continue? We are working, we are poor. Why are we poor? Whereas those that are ruling us are very rich. And all these religious leaders, they are rich, living flamboyant lives. If we want to write, they say, no, God made it like that. No. Is it not cheating if God, which kind of God is this? We continue praying, but these are the people, the people on top, they continue living flamboyant lives, getting the whole thing. And we, the peasants, we are getting nothing, only suffering and dying of hunger. What does it mean? These people, do they have two heads? This is the start of the human reasoning that lightened the European touch of advancement, which you are seeing today. This is what we are trying to stimulate or instigate in our brains. Revolutionary. In order to ask questions, do not accept anything when they tell you, no, that is off your limit. Don't go there. Don't ask that type of question. Don't question God. You ask him, do you know God? Who is God? You say, don't question. Why should I accept living in this type of a place there's no electricity? If I want to just say, no, God have chosen your leader or your politician, your president, to your governor, it's God that put him there. I say, no, it's not God that put him there. It's people. He should be answerable to the people. That is it. Because when you say God put them, so he don't have any account to give you people as human beings. He give account to God. He will steal the whole money, and when he use a fraction to build a 10-meter road, everybody will be happy and clapping that he did something for us, because it's God that put him there. So the ones he's doing for you is just Jara, because he's lovely. He is a good person. That is why I remember you, even to build a roundabout for you to at least pass. You will start praising him. Whereas you don't know that it is your suffering. The money that you are paying as Okada, the money that you are paying in the market, that all these things, millions of people paying every day, is landing in his control. That is what he's using, living big. The same way when you talk about religious leaders, that the Jews, every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday service, or Saturday, Sunday, you go, you give offering, you will sow seed. Some come privately for counseling. You will sow seed. All these things is what is making him to buy suits of $10,000 piece, and he will come and be jumping in with a armada of retinue of soldiers guiding him and police, armed to the teeth. But he will be he's the person telling you that God protects you. Why not live what he's saying? Live the life, exemplary life. You don't ask questions because you're a moron. That is where they put you to be. That is why you don't have that brain to ask questions. Because they condition you to stay there. Anything they pray, oh, amen. You say amen. You will die, all of you. You are mugu, so amen. You say amen. And you go home. You are blessed. When you reach home, mosquito totrageta On the road, no place for you to pass using your car because of no road. I don't know where, I think it's a part of Delta State on social media where they say the highest people were on hold up for more than 1 week. On hold up. And you are looking, what type of country is that? People were mosquito chop, they show somebody's body, mosquito turn his body into jaga jaga for 1 week. And they are drinking rubbish water. If he develops sickness now, he will go to the GO to pray for him. They will tell him that is one of his siblings, his brothers and uncle that don't want his success that is killing him. Do you see how everything is wrong in our land? That is why we are, prodding touching your brain, that you need that brain. That brain is not there for fancy. You need it to think and ask questions. From questions, now you start reacting. You start being responsive as a human being, not a dead body that you are conditioned to be in Nigeria. That is why we are doing what we are doing. Thank you for listening. You don't supposed to be only the hearers, but you digest the word and ponder and make more researches. Because the beauty of IPOB is stimulating our brains into making more researches. The education that you gather, some things that you don't even think about before, you start thinking. You start making more researches. You start making inquiries. You start asking questions for a positive change. That is what we advocate. Biafra is our religion. Biafra is where we worship. Biafra is our identity. Without Biafra, we are nothing. This is our life. Thank you for listening. From me, from here, it is simply good evening.